This is the way we, Moldovans, greet each other. With this word, we wish each other good luck when we begin our journeys. Our roads always bring you to a place where you feel like home. This is Moldova, a tree that grows on a fertile land. And this is how we want to be known to the whole world. That is why the tree of life is our symbol. It represents the contemporary Moldova, but also the origins of our nation, as the tree is often crafted in our traditional carpets, included in UNESCO's patrimony. The roots symbolize the development and continuous growth. We crowned our tree with a rose, our metaphor for love and family. In the rose, we find the symbol of digital connectivity. Hope and faith are represented by the symbol of the cross. The cups celebrate the pride for our legendary wines. The fabric symbolizes the craftsmanship, including our textile industry. The screw represents the automotive and electronics sector. A symbol of our tradition, the basil is associated with protection and purity. Vegetables and fruit tell us about the diversity of orchards. The intertwined branches illustrate the infrastructure and the economic bridge between the West and the East. Finally, the M letter from the name of Moldova symbolizes the land that holds our spirit, the fertile soil on which any idea, initiative, or investment comes to life and brings harvest. In a fast-changing world, we come with a promise and an honest invitation. Be our guest and grow your business here with us.
Good morning and welcome to Moldova Digital Summit 2023. It's the first edition under the new branding, but we still had previous editions where we celebrated the tech sector. We are amazed to have you here. We have more than 60 speakers, 23 panels, both national and international.
Welcome. Sorry. Technology is key, but sometimes it doesn't work, so we need to adjust. Welcome to TechWall for the newly established Moldova Digital Summit, the industry event. Before starting, we would like to offer a big thank you and a big applause to the partners who have supported this event come true. We are here for 3 days, today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. And I would not list all of them because we are very short on time, but we would like to say thank you.
I am Marina Bzovei, Executive Director of ATIC, and together with Anna Chirița, a Strategic Projects Director within ATIC, will be hosting this event. So we will also try to guide you through the whole day. But this being said, I'm really honored to introduce you to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Dorin Recean.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm really honored. I got some emotions as well because this effort started back 2010 with some of the people on this team present back then when we started a World Bank project and the government was very keen on the digitalization agenda. Excellencies, dear IT people, dear guests, I'm truly honored to represent Moldova's most advanced sector. And I'm very happy to say that Moldova now is mature enough in IT sector, in wines as well, And then here we can share our experience. Here we can expose our experience to be used and to learn from us, other countries, the way we do it. So in the field of IT and in the field of wines, we can learn from each other. And we have to be proud of the value that we are producing here. And unlike in 2010, when we were thinking about digitalization in the future, today digitalization happens already. There is one trick here. As I said previously, we should not digitize what doesn't work or should not work. So it is very important for us to review the business processes in the government, in the businesses, in the G2B, G2C, the way we are saying it. And this is important in order to make digitalization work for the people and for the organization. It's also very important that digitalization is customer-centered. So we should look into the experience of people that are using our product. And I would like to give one example from the government from which we are learning right now. And we have this wonderful M-Cabinet where you enter and you can do all your things, almost all your things related to the government. But because this is only the web version of it, it's not very much used. Why? Because everyone is working on its mobile now. So what we are now glad, and you will see Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba later, and together with the team, announcing what you are seeing back here, the EVO application, right? So what's important here is to have the user at the center of our applications. The other thing is that digitalization should produce opportunities. Digitalization should dramatically decrease the transaction cost. What does it mean? It means that everything that can be, every experience that can be digital should be digital. And if somebody stays somewhere, I don't know, in a winery spot in Moldova, or in Silicon Valley and wants to create a company here, he or she should be able to do it immediately, to do it in no time. So payments, documents, interactions, and let's pay attention to this, we should not diminish human interaction when human interaction brings value. Like, for example, here. I'm very glad that we are here and we are all together physically here. These kinds of interactions are good and they need to be as rewarding as they have been until the digitalization came in. It's also very important for the government affairs that digitalization brings in more transparency. This not only brings more accountability to the government, but it also makes it easier for people to be involved in governmental affairs, in governance, in different processes. And again, this needs to be stimulating for a wider participation of the people into the society. Digitalization needs to be in a safe environment. I think you can have a separate summit on cybersecurity, on cyber culture, and how we should make digitalization felt as safe for everyone that uses it. And I will finish by saying, and we were having a discussion earlier, back in 2010, when we started this process. Me personally, I didn't think about one aspect, very important aspect of what digitalization brings in, and digitalization produces a lot, huge, enormous amounts of useful data that you use machine learning and artificial intelligence to better target customer service in businesses, but very importantly now, to better target policies. I'll finish it here. I wish success to this event. I would like to thank everyone that participated in organizing, and I would like to thank everyone that will be participating in upcoming session. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Prime Minister of Moldova, Dorin Răcean. Indeed, 2010 was the year when the vision started to be put in place with the support, including your support at that time when you were a Deputy Minister of ICT. We don't have yet a Minister of ICT, but we have a Prime Minister promoting ICT and digitalization. I don't know what's better. What do you say? The digitalization and the ICT competitiveness sector, or the competitiveness of the ICT sector, would not have been possible without the generous support, dedication, and definite consistency provided by one of the long-standing partners in this country. This is the USAID, the US Government for International, or the US Agency for International Development. Since 2005, USAID and US government have been supporting the ICT sector grow, answer their challenges, including this facility is done with their support. With a welcoming word, I would like to invite on stage Laura Hruby, Charge d'Affaires of the US Embassy in Moldova.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here this morning at the 2023 Moldova Digital Summit. Good morning, Prime Minister Răcean, Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba, distinguished guests. I want to first congratulate our partners this morning at ATIC and the Moldova Innovation Technology Park, who have, as has been noted, made this a premier global event, positioning Moldova as a digital innovator and a leader in the region, and playing a crucial role in the growth of Moldova's ICT sector. I think I speak for all of us here today when I say that we're here and engaging on this topic because we recognize the power of digital integration and its ability to transform industries and improve the lives of individuals. As the summit's theme aptly captures, the digital future is indeed one with fewer borders and more integration. I'm thrilled to see the high number of US tech companies involved in the summit this year and further strengthening the digital links between the United States and Moldova. The United States is working in partnership with the people in Moldova to build a democratic, prosperous, and secure future. And digital will play a key role in that future, with entrepreneurship and innovation offering great potential to attract further investment, create jobs, and convince young people to build their careers and their lives right here in Moldova. That's why the United States, through USAID, supports events like the first LEGO League Challenge that, like the achievements of the Moldovan National Robotics Team, demonstrate and highlight how talented Moldova's youth are, and also offer opportunities for them to further develop their skills. At the university level, the USAID-supported Future Professions Labs are poised to give Moldovan students in multimedia, animation, and game design practical experience using state-of-the-art equipment and to create projects that can push them forward in their own careers, but also push these industries in Moldova forward. So I encourage each of you to participate actively, share your insights, and contribute to the collective wisdom that I know will be further built and developed through the discussions over the coming days. I wish you a fruitful and inspiring Moldova Digital Summit 2023.
Thank you so much for your support, for your continued support for the development of the sector. And we are very honored as well during the whole summit to see Moldovan integration coming and upcoming. So we will have a lot of panels focused on EU policies and not only. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to His Excellency Yanis Mașeic, Ambassador and head of the delegation of the EU delegation in Moldova. Yanis, please.
Good morning, dear Prime Minister, dear Deputy Prime Minister, Excellencies, dear participants. A very good morning to you, and I'm glad to be part of this summit, and I'm sure it will be a very successful one, because as we have learned on 1st of June, Moldova is really good at organizing big summits. And this is just, a minor copy of perhaps of the European Political Committee Summit, but I think it just is another great Moldovan event. And thank you very much to the organizers for doing it also this year. This event, from my perspective, is not about the present. It is really about the future of Moldova, and I think I don't need to preach to this crowd why the future of Moldova should be digital. But it's also really about the European Union angle as well, because we are in a situation where the Republic of Moldova is a candidate country for full membership of the EU, and where we see that this has changed the realities for the EU, and which means also very tangible benefits to the citizens of Moldova and also to the citizens of the EU, frankly, because one of the big tangible benefits that has recently been announced is the diminishing of the roaming charges, which I'm sure you will learn the hard way that are still quite hurting in Moldova. So it is clear that Moldova is getting benefits from the EU path, because we see Moldova as part of the European family. And we believe that a promising future awaits Moldova once it joins the EU. But as I said already, the process of accession brings tangible benefits. Moldova will be achieving high-quality standards to be competitive when doing business with the EU, and will be creating better lives for their people. Modern technologies are part of our daily life and our professional activities. And with the rise of artificial intelligence, both the people and the governments and the businesses will need to adapt. We are also pleased to see Moldova's progress in relation to electronic services, business environment, education and skills. The European Union is committed and is supporting Moldova's digital path. We have initiatives such as EU for Digital, EU for Moldova, Startup City Cahul, EU for Moldova, for local regions. We are contributing to the regional development within the country and the development of digital society and economy in general. We welcome and support the ongoing work towards mutual recognition of e-signatures and e-IDs with the Republic of Moldova. Furthermore, the very recent association of Republic of Moldova to the Connecting Europe Facility digital program will also provide new possibilities for communication infrastructure development. And work is ongoing on the association of Moldova to the Digital Europe program. This year was declared by the European Commission as the Year of Skills. And in this context, I'm happy to see the really huge interest and the number of schools connected to the digital programs. 53,000 students are studying the professions of the future in 333 schools here. This means that Moldova will be able to fuel the IT market over the next years with well-prepared students that have grown with the EU's and other partners' support. And whenever I visit these schools, I'm paraphrasing in my head one quite famous song by AC/DC, which would go that there were 15 million fingers learning how to code. Because I think this time around it's not so much about rock, it's let there be code. I'm sure that, and the Prime Minister also mentioned the parallels between Moldovan wine industry and IT industry, and the parallels don't end there. When I already arrived, your IT industry was exporting more than your wine industry, so I would hope that with events like this, you will contribute to this friendly competition, that the proportion of the IT exports grow further, because the future of Moldova must be, and I'm sure it will be, digital. So I wish you a very productive summit. Thank you.
Ambassador Mazureks, thank you so much for your inspiring and supporting words. Indeed, the support coming from the European Union through the projects and programs that you have mentioned is changing the landscape in the regions of Moldova and is giving hope towards where the ICT sector can grow even further and can be part of the big European family. Further, last but not least, I would like to give the floor and with welcoming words to the President of ATIC, Mr. Vyacheslav Kunev. Vyacheslav, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Excellencies, dear international development partners, dear IT community, dear guests. On behalf of ATIC, please allow me to welcome you here in Moldova and here in TechWell. Moldova has demonstrated what it's a country, what can do well in digitalization and promotion of IT, regardless of origin, beliefs, nationality, and areas of expertise. It is certain that information technologies do not encounter borders. Wherefore, all IT trust can be described to such words as a talent, favorable environment, tolerance, technology, traceability. I remember at the beginning of 2000, we were talking about basic website as some wow things. In 2010, when we started development more sophisticated system and start positioning ourselves internationally. 2020s, we are talking about artificial intelligence, NFTs, cryptocurrencies, deep tech, cross-cutting application of tech. What is the next to come? What we are talking about in 2030? Do we know how to stay prepared and advance on virtual or real world? What kind of skills we will need? And what kind of legislation to stay competitive? When we talk about legislation, to us at ATIC, Moldova is a leader on this science. It's managed to adapt rapidly and create a unique value proposition. The single flat tax remains one of the most attractive assets of Moldova. With the digitalization packages, government efforts, and industry contribution, Moldova is an attractive IT business destination. But what we want to focus on is value add. How do we grow, for example, the Tesla in Moldova, or how do we grow a LinkedIn in Moldova? It takes a lot of talents, what is not sure. What is for sure. Moldova also has a huge windows of opportunity when it's come to the talent. Within the TechWell in every school program, available in 333 schools nationwide. 53,000 students are getting its necessary skills. Started in 2019, we expect a growth rate of specialists in the next 3-5 years, and we can already see the result this Saturday when the final list of the National Tech and Junior Ambassador competitors will be announced. My dream of Moldovan industry to triple in the next 7 years and focus on product and services what are implementing worldwide. I am certain that with common efforts, we direct towards a global market where Moldovans can say, I like this product, and this product was made in Moldova. I am using Moldovan service. Moldovan e-government service is top-notch. On behalf of ATIC, we are common for contribute and support government efforts to make Moldova super attractive on the international arena. If we did it once and twice, we will do it all the time. Thank you. And by the way, my personal startup, what I like, is IT plus wine. Thank you.
That's the best combination ever. I was telling last night to everyone who attended that actually we sell IT for wine, and that's about Moldova. We start with a glass of wine and we continue with everything else. Also, today we are going to discuss a lot about artificial intelligence, not only today, tomorrow as well. So we will have a lot of speakers that are focused specifically on this topic. Also, I'm very proud and honored to have next to us a keynote speaker, David Rowan, who I'm inviting to the stage. He will be discussing and presenting to you the opportunity that we have as a country when talking about artificial intelligence, especially since this is not only the biggest topic on the international arena, this is the topic that Moldova is also focusing on. So David, I'm inviting you to the stage, and please surprise us about Moldova.
Bună ziua, if that's not too bad. So we're all getting disrupted by how quickly tech is moving, and I'm a victim. So I wrote a book, and the publisher, Penguin, made me record an audio version, spent 3 days in a recording studio in West London. And if you speak for 3 days, your voice goes, you have to have a lot of herbal tea. And then, may I have some slides? After I'd spent 3 days recording, I realized there was a startup that could have done it in 10 minutes.
Imagine turning your book into
we
an
have audio?
audiobook in just 10 minutes. Now you can using audiobook.ai for 10 times less than paying a voice talent. All you have to do is upload your book to audiobook.ai, select a voice from over 30 natural-sounding voices, and in 10 minutes you can download your audiobook. And the voices sound just like me, because guess what? I'm a synthetic voice on audio.
That's a synthetic voice. So I want to talk about, in this time where everybody's role as a human is under threat by an AI, we can make the most of it. We can create the opportunity, because this is a moment that I last felt when I first tried the Mosaic web browser in about 1994, when Mark Andreessen, for the first time, found a way to give a consumer interface to what had been a military, government, academic network of links. And suddenly, when you first try a web browser, you realize this is going to change how we're entertained, how we get news, how we buy things. And I think with AI, we're just at the very beginning. But I guess the starting point is tech is moving so quickly, it's often easy to think it's out of control.
This morning, this video going viral, showing a self-driving car being pulled over by police in San Francisco. The car was pulled over because it was driving at night without headlights on. At first, it looks like an ordinary traffic stop. An officer gets out of his car to speak to the driver, only to discover... And then the car speeds away from the officers, passing through an intersection.
Because the AI knows it's safer going the other side of the light. Once the tech is out there, it's available to anyone. In China, during the lockdowns, they had robot dogs make people stay in their homes in Shanghai. This is not why the robot dogs were invented, but the tech is out there. And there's so much happening at the moment. When Elon is not messing up social networks, one of his projects is putting chips in the brains of monkeys so they can play Pong without using their hands, because the company Neuralink reads the electrical signals in the brain and converts it to information on the network. And then the technology is out there. It has amazing uses. This man can't use his arms or legs or speak. University of San Francisco study that helps him think of the words he wants to write. But now everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, generative AI. If you caught the Google Developers Conference a couple of weeks ago, there was pretty much only one thing on the agenda. I'm not going to make you sit through all the keynotes. I've just got everything important that Sundar Pichai said in about 12 seconds.
AI, generative AI, generative AI, generative AI, AI is AI. It uses AI to bring AI.
I think he's trying to tell us something. But AI is worrying us. Every day there's a different AI guru. Today it's Jan LeCun telling us whether we should or shouldn't be worried about the AI eradicating the humans, about the existential risk, about what it's going to do for our workplace. And it's true. It is going to transform pretty much everything. It's going to change education and healthcare. But I'm an optimist. I do a lot of early-stage tech investing, which is something that causes a lot of pain. You have to have a high tolerance of pain, but you don't know which of these companies is going to transform how we live for the better. And so I'm an optimist, but
Goldman Sachs says up to 300 million full-time jobs around the world could be affected by artificial intelligence. In a report Sunday, their economists predicted 18% of work globally could be computerized.
But at the same time, Goldman Sachs is also using the AI to improve how it codes. In the financial services world, you're already seeing intense investment that could change the roles of the financial advisor, but it could also empower the humans in the organization to use the tech to give better financial advice. That human side is always going to be valuable. Financial services companies are building their own large language models so they can give more precise artificial intelligence databases. There's so much happening, and we're just at the beginning. So nobody's kind of resolved this. We don't yet know who the winners are going to be. But we need to think about what it means, how our organizations frame the opportunity as well as the limitation. And there's a dark side. You know, we can design new molecules that will treat cancer, but we can also design stuff that we don't want. Now, I said I'm an optimist, and I think overall the AI is going to help us fight climate change. It's going to design new materials for us. It's going to help confront big diseases. It's going to help personalize education so that no longer will the teacher in the class have to teach at an average level, but each child in the school will get that personal education. But it creates opportunities for trillion-dollar companies that haven't really been launched yet. And it's also waking us up in the last couple of months to the fact that the AI is also able to be creative and people having fun. Who here has already played with Midjourney? Not enough hands. You need to go and play. You need to play. Midjourney helps you create pictures. ChatGPT, who's been playing with? A few more hands. You should all be playing with this. This is the toolkit of tomorrow. And it's just fun to explore. People have been exploring how you can get the AI to generate a movie trailer for a movie that doesn't exist. If the director, Wes Anderson, were to create Lord of the Rings.
Middle Earth, embark on an epic journey unlike any you've experienced before. This winter, Wes Anderson presents a heartwarming and quirky adaptation of a beloved classic, The Whimsical Fellowship.
This wasn't a movie. This is an AI thinking what it would look like. But look at the sophistication.
The enigmatic wizard Gandalf, Frodo.
The AI is designing fashion to fit the style of various artists. If you want Claude Monet, Basquiat, any fashion designer in the style of. So I was thinking, what does that mean for a place like Moldova? It creates an opportunity. And the great thing is, we're on the network. The network is increasingly decentralized. Wherever you are, you have access to these large language models. You have access to the global market that can benefit from them. So I don't think the size of a local ecosystem is a determinant of success. I think this could be a really exciting moment where we leverage the fact that Moldova already has a strong culture of tech. You have great technical education. We're not yet at the position where the world's venture capital is coming, but we're at the beginning. And we've already seen that we can build world-class companies out of a small ecosystem. I think what's exciting is what comes next. So let's just think about how we got here. And it's moving so quickly. So it's just a bit over a year ago that people were playing with DALL-E. So the company behind ChatGPT, which wasn't a commercial company then, helps you customize images with just a text prompt. And we all got very excited. At the same time, people were discovering you could simulate people. You could take a deep fake and make it real. We saw things like this, which is not Tom Cruise.
I'm going to show you some magic. It's the real thing. I mean, it's all the real thing.
This is a Californian guy called Chris Ulm who did special effects for movies and wanted to show how easy it was to create a simulated version of Tom Cruise. But that was light years ago. That was kind of 2 years ago, which in AI terms is a century ago. And then what came was a bunch of startups that had access to large data sets and started measuring the probability of what you were typing leading to something else, and also matching pictures and moving pictures to the text prompts. A company called Runway started letting you create movies just by typing in text. And it was fun, but it's moved on so much since then. And what's happening is a democratization. The tools are available to anybody in the room, anybody watching.
This video is generated by AI. The AI avatar is generated by Midjourney. Script is generated by ChatGPT. Text to audio is done by 11 Labs. And finally, image to video conversion is done by DID AI. Do you want to create video like this? Let me show you the process step by step.
Go to did.com. Click on free trial.
It's
Create
an easy entry point.
Click on create
If you
video.
want to make
Step 1.
synthetic video,
You have to select your AI
if
avatar.
you want to
There are many options
customize your
Or you can create
Tinder
your own
responses
AI avatar
to
using
people's
Midjourney.
flirts.
Go to the
If you want to
Midjourney
send
Discord
marketing
channel.
messages that are
Type this
personalized,
prompt to
the AI
generate
is
your
already
AI
there
avatar.
helping you
This is the
do
result.
that.
Let's
And it's
upscale
in every
image
form of expression. It's not just text
Download this
and
image.
pictures. It's in audio.
Click on that image.
There are AIs that
Upload your
can
image.
synthesize
Step 2.
particular sounds. Type in the text prompt, you get the sound. So this is the company that everybody is talking about, OpenAI with ChatGPT. And you don't need to understand the details of the GPT element, but essentially it's mapping out what's likely to come next when you've got ever larger databases that it can learn from. And we're at the stage now where very recently it's got as good at convincing us that it's human in the way it responds to questions. But if you think about exponential curves, the doubling and doubling, the Moore's law idea, the latest version of ChatGPT is going to look incredibly old in a few months when the next version comes. But already, it seems that just for text, we're at one of those transformative moments that Gutenberg created when he allowed us to replicate books, that Mr. Bezos helped create when he popularized the ability to read on screen. Sometimes big transformative technologies, we know something significant is going to come, but we're kind of comfortable with how we're doing things, so we don't step back and think about what this is going to mean in a 2-year, 5-year, 8-year time horizon. But the thing about the ChatGPT transformation is it's happening now and quickly, and it's already persuading learned science journals that something written by a machine isn't actually what it purports to be. We're getting sci-fi magazines refusing submissions because everybody is now submitting machine-generated stories. We're getting apps that allow you to talk to the app to build an app. This is one called Replit.
Make me an app that lets me record my workouts.
So he wants a workout app, he just tells the app to build it.
Run.
Just in a few seconds. What about the publishing world? Anybody here fancy writing a book whilst I'm speaking? Because you can. There's a whole world on YouTube. I got lost in this rabbit hole of people who don't seem traditional literary types telling you how to make money writing books using ChatGPT and then illustrating the books using Midjourney. People like this.
Have you ever thought of writing a book, but somehow you can't seem to come up with a good topic or a good idea for the book? And even when you come up with a good idea for the book, you just don't know where to start from. Well, in this video, I'm going to be showing you how you can use ChatGPT to write a book from scratch with no experience whatsoever. So here is ChatGPT. If you're new to ChatGPT,
and you can earn thousands of dollars a day by not writing a book, but by getting ChatGPT to write it.
And password, and you're good to
what does
go.
it mean
Please make sure you watch this video
if you're doing a postgraduate degree? Can you get ChatGPT to do that?
You are the best psychology professor in the world. Rewrite this essay plan. So that is actually ridiculous. ChatGPT, the AI that's taken the world by storm over the past couple of months. But can you use it to do a PhD at Oxford University? If you're new to my channel, my name's Francis. I'm studying for a doctorate in clinical psychology at Oxford University. Or actually I was until ChatGPT came out. Since then I've been leveling up my guns in Call of Duty, been doing some travelling, trying to improve my cooking,
Although if you do use ChatGPT to write your school homework, don't forget to cut out the first couple of lines when it tells you it's ChatGPT. It's going to change all sorts of industries, and it's already doing that now. If you can simulate voices and translate accents, well, you don't need call centers. If you're an education tech company like Chegg, well, your share price almost halves when you say you're not keeping up with the generative AI. What about the bad guys using a tiny bit of your voice to simulate a whole database of you speaking so you can call up your colleagues and say, actually, we're going to have to transfer the funds to a different bank account today. So there's already strikes in Hollywood because the screenwriters don't want the AI to be doing their work. You can't stop this, though. It's coming. You can't be Italy and try and ban it. It's coming. You have to find ways to work with it. And we have to acknowledge, I don't think it's going to cut the workforce, but it's going to change jobs, and it's going to create new jobs. There will be transition. I think every organization has to try and understand how to work with these technologies. And it's not just OpenAI. You might have seen the latest trillion-dollar company, NVIDIA, is using neural networks, other forms of tech, to do things that are extraordinary, to create imagery that's simulated at scale. This is one of their simulated videos from a few weeks ago. This is what the detail of human hair kind of blowing in the wind would look like. NVIDIA is really interesting as a company to watch because it sells the chips. Most VC money going into the generative AI companies comes out the other end into the bank account of NVIDIA to help power these things. But they're experimenting and innovating in really fun ways. If you want to change a video in real time, if somebody is not looking at the camera, you can make it seem that they're looking at the camera.
Check this out. At no point in this video am I actually looking at the camera. This is a brand new bit of technology called eye contact that's been developed by NVIDIA. It's currently in beta and it uses machine learning AI technology to make it look as if I'm looking straight down them.
So if you're just catching up with AI, it gets even more complicated because there's a whole bunch of other technologies converging. There's ways that we're understanding what's happening inside the brain. There's ways we can track data to tell us things we weren't looking for. And just in terms of some of the studies that have been published in the last weeks and months, this is an experiment. This is the academic paper published at a conference not long ago. Put people in an MRI machine, show them the pictures at the top, then send other people into the MRI machine and reverse engineer, just by reading their thought patterns, what pictures they're seeing at the bottom. Or put a scanner of Wi-Fi signals through a wall, scan the signals coming from the room next door, and you can get such detailed data points of where the signal is bouncing and not bouncing and taking a fraction of a second longer, that you can map out in real time what's happening behind that wall. Here's an academic paper. If you think of the consumer applications, it's as creative as you want them to be. If you start looking at Google Maps now and planning visiting a restaurant, well, you can do a video tour inside the restaurant in real time, which is not filmed. It's not a drone. They've just taken a few static images and used a neural network to knit them together to see what a fly-through would look like. We're at the beginning of this, but just think about what it's going to mean for customizing customer service, for customizing your relationship with the doctor, with the government department. Because the machine now increasingly understands not just what you're telling it, but what you're feeling. It can read your emotional output. There's a company in New Zealand, a startup called Soul Machines, that's making these CGI avatars that respond to your facial expression from the camera, from the tone of your voice, and then it customizes the response to be more empathetic.
Hi, I'm Viola. I'm excited to show you the results of our game-changing research into humanizing AI. Autonomous animation enables digital people like me to take input from the environment and respond in real time. We've now significantly enhanced my ability to respond emotionally, give great eye contact, and react to my changing environment. This makes for a truly engaging interaction.
So, the robots haven't yet taken over, but they're out there getting ever smarter, ever more available to work with us. And this is going to change things. There are, of course, the big ethical questions. This is Geoffrey Hinton, one of the key people in AI research. He's recently warned that we'll be seeing the internet flooded with fakes. I know the Prime Minister has helped lead a campaign to get the tech companies to minimize the false messaging, the information war, but it's happening now. Jeffrey Hinton talking about the average person not being able to know what's true anymore. And also there's a worry that once the tech knows us better than ourselves, once it's able to develop things like its own weapons, who's in charge? Who sets the rules? But I think we should be optimists. Step back. We will have these conversations about the ethical framework. But we can also see that the convergence of not just AI and robotics, but synthetic biology, computational biology, the ability to generate new materials, the almost free access that large parts of the world have to this computational power. This is where convergence of technologies creates massive opportunities for those who dare to build. So bearing all this in mind, I did what any self-respecting keynote speaker would do, and I got ChatGPT to write my talk. So I said to ChatGPT, I'm coming to the Moldova Digital Summit. How can a small country like Moldova become a global leader in AI? And you know what? It gave me some ideas. It's challenging, it said. But first of all, create a comprehensive national strategy with goals, priorities. Invest in education and research. Expand AI courses and programs at universities, etc. Support startups and innovation. A lot of this is already happening, but this is how ChatGPT frames it. Funding programs, tax breaks for startups, streamline regulations. Create more partnerships and collaborations, internationally, regionally, joint research projects. Develop an AI infrastructure. Make sure there is high-powered computing available to people who want to do it. Make data available at high quality. Let's just say you have an agreement with your healthcare system to make patient data, maybe anonymized, available like no other country does. You're going to have the world's tech research companies coming here and wanting to use that. If you think about what Singapore has done to be the most fast-moving, progressive place to regulate food tech, and now all the food tech companies want to be there. The first cell-cultivated chicken was sold in Singapore. Think of what Moldova could do by liberalizing regulation, by being friendlier to the entrepreneurs. It also says, ChatGPT, we've got to think about AI ethics. Ethical considerations are going to be increasingly important. And again, if this is the place that takes the lead, I think good things will happen. I asked the AI, well, tell us about some other small countries that have become global leaders, innovators in tech. And you'll know some of them. We're going to hear today about some of them. Estonia is the big example. Small digital nation, gained independence around the same time as Moldova. Couldn't afford mainframe computers, used internet protocol from the start, but gave everybody a digital identity. And now is allowing people to become digital citizens, digital residents, who are not actually physically in Estonia. Talk about getting rid of the borders, talking about making geography history. Talking about Israel as a small country that specialized. They had a military reason to invest heavily in cyber security, in computer vision tracking technologies. But it's a private sector, public sector collaboration. Singapore, as I just mentioned, tiny place. It set itself up as a beacon to help with strategy, with policy, with regulation. And I just came back from Iceland, where strange country, but blessed with hydrothermal power. Why not turn Iceland into a world center for climate tech? Because that's a huge growth area for the next few decades. And even Costa Rica. So I said, okay, if Moldova's going to win here, It has to capitalize from its own version of hydrothermal. What does it have that it can leverage to grow fast and with a moat around it? Okay. It's getting really quite friendly and very helpful by this stage, the ChatGPT. You've got strong IT talent. You've got a relatively low cost of living. People will come here from other places. The strategic location. Why not create more partnerships in Europe and beyond? It's a bridge between Eastern and Western markets. You can leverage data accessibility, make it more transparent, help share data within government frameworks. And you have a growing startup ecosystem. It's about making heroes of the startups. In the UK, Tony Blair, as our Prime Minister, had pop stars like Oasis in Downing Street. David Cameron decided, no, I'm going to have the tech people in Downing Street, photographed with them, creating a status aspiration. Cybersecurity expertise, sustainable tech. There's all sorts of opportunities. I said finally, okay, we have the unusual privilege of having the ear of the Prime Minister of Moldova, and you are a very influential AI. What can he do today to get Elon Musk want to move to Moldova? Now, it had to think a bit harder about this one. Elon's a bit more of a troublesome character. But he did say you could consider, Prime Minister, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. Well, you knew that. Invest in renewable energy. He is building battery factories. That could be one. Build a more advanced infrastructure, high-speed internet connectivity, more data centers, education and talent, and more supporting R&D. Not entirely surprising. And it goes on and it goes on. Private-public partnerships. Engage with his companies. But if you've been looking at social networks over the last few weeks, I suspect that the real opportunity is build some more robot wives for Elon Musk. It's amazing. Everybody's been talking about the robot wives that don't exist, but it's become a meme because you can generate these very easily on AI and send them around, and suddenly who knows what people will believe in. Now, we're in a world where money is going in all sorts of directions. People are paying for pixelated houses. They're borrowing money in mortgages for virtual goods. There is money out there, even in this part of the economic cycle. There's innovation out there. Once you connect people on the network and create a perception of value, amazing things happen. You can get real estate that is entirely pixelated.
Decentraland, a fully immersive platform powered by the blockchain. Buy land. Design your experience. And transform the way people see the world.
Now, the value of your land in pixels may go down as well as up. But I think what's fascinating is there's enough belief that this is an asset that people on the network should collaborate in. And it creates value. It's often the people playing games who teach us how we're going to develop these technologies as part of our work, as part of our businesses in the future. It's worth watching what the gamers are doing at nights on weekends to see what we'll be doing in our day jobs in a couple of years. But we're now at the position where we can simulate hundreds of thousands of people in a virtual space interacting in a super realistic way. And this is, I guess, the nearest we get to metaverse at the moment. There's a London company called Improbable that simulated hundreds of thousands of people.
Now, you're probably all wondering, what is this? This is an experimental community space where we can bring players together at massive scale.
I can't get over this, chat. Look at my frame rate, man. There's 1,500.
And you can have 10,000, 100,000 conversations at the same time. But just think of once this becomes more and more immersive, and it may involve some of those new ski goggles that you can buy for $3,500, you will pay to go to that sports match if you can get VIP access. You will pay to go to that rock concert.
This is so cooler than any event.
There's new economies growing up.
Now, I happen to know that we've got some...
So I come to all this as a kind of curious journalist. I set up a magazine in the UK called Wired, which tries to understand the future from the people building not just the science and the tech, but the architecture and the culture. And one thing I kept thinking about when running Wired is this picture, which is from 1956, and it's 5 megs of computer storage being uploaded to the cloud. This is IBM's 5 megs of storage that is now 1 photo on your iPhone. Because of the exponential curve, stuff that was expensive over time becomes free. And those exponential curves are hitting everything. This is biology, the falling cost of sequencing DNA on a logarithmic scale. So at the start of the century, it cost $100 million to sequence a person's DNA. Now it's a few tens of dollars. But it's also on a logarithmic scale hitting things like the cost of solar energy, the cost of battery storage, which means you don't need governments to subsidize electric vehicles. Exponential curves tell you all sorts of things, powerful things about what's going to happen. This is an exponential curve in orange of the total value of all cryptocurrencies up until mid-2021, at which stage it overtook the total value of US dollars in circulation. And the thing about exponential curves is you can ignore them here, 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 maybe here, but you can't ignore them here because they're about to reach that inflection point and take over. And we are surrounded by exponential curves. You should get into a habit of noticing them because they tell you in advance, they forecast where the big opportunities are. At the moment, there's a massive exponential curve in the number of objects launched in space over the last couple of years. Suddenly, the cost of launching objects has fallen. We're going to get lots more science experiments up there. We're going to get lots more attempts to generate energy up there. So it's kind of worth pausing a bit and reflecting about what this means, not just for the nation, the city, your business, but what it means for us as people. Because none of these people exist. They're all generated by a Chinese AI app. But there are quite big philosophical questions because the AI risks encoding bias. We don't know if a few big tech companies are going to dominate it, and what kind of accountability there's going to be, what kind of transparency there's going to be about how they have coded, who controls what happens to all the data that the AI monitors. And then there's some bigger questions. If the AI can create, and if we can leverage it as an extension of our brain, what does it mean for us? How do we change our cognitive abilities, just as knowing that Google's there to search means you remember less? What does it mean when we question somebody's intelligence, somebody's knowledge, if you can work alongside the machine? How do we control the bad guys? What do we do if these large language models are in the hands of just a few companies? What about the AI persuading us at scale to do things that maybe isn't in our best interest? How do we decide what limits to set? What if this does get out of control? I can't answer it. I can only ask the question. But I think if we're not asking those questions now, it might move a bit quickly. Because people are a bit flawed. Journalists are a bit flawed. They celebrate heroes, sometimes at the wrong time. This is 2007, and Forbes put on the cover the head of Nokia with the headline, 1 billion customers, can anyone catch the cell phone king? Do you remember something else that happened in 2007? Steve Jobs released a new kind of phone. So every time you see a new kind of hero on a magazine cover, just kind of pause for a bit. This wasn't the next Warren Buffett, by the way. Which leads me to why I wrote a book because I kept seeing heads of innovation for companies at their corporate offsites talking about the amazing things they were doing, and yet nothing would change. I often thought it was theatre of innovation. It was like ticking the box to show you had an innovation department. And yet, if you don't respond to these emerging technologies that are going to change the rules, gravity is going to catch you up. It's like in the Roadrunner cartoons, Wile E. Coyote chased off the cliff, can go for a bit, but eventually you catch up. And the challenge is, if you're making revenue quarter by quarter the old way, there's not much incentive to say fundamentally our model is flawed because this emerging technology is going to change the use case. So I'm going to give you 5 things I learned. Nobody reads books. This will save you the time. 5 things that I learned in organizations that were really innovating. First of all, they found ways to get people who had different knowledge bases, who thought in different ways, to come together just to explore, to exchange ideas. It's even in the way you design your building. This is the biggest biomedical research center in Europe. It's in London near St Pancras Station. It's called the Crick Institute, trying to solve cancer and genomic illness. And what's amazing about it is they've designed it so there's no walls on the inside, because they realized it's not going to be the single scientist in the lab shouting eureka. It's going to be the data scientist meets the bioinformatics expert, meets the genomics expert, meets the visualization engineer. It's coming together to try and understand the structure of a virus. And that physical way of bringing people together who think differently. All my tech friends spend a week in August in the desert in Nevada at a festival called Burning Man, where it's not a cash economy, it's a creative expression economy. Amazing artworks, but they go there because they meet people who challenge how they think. They live different versions of themselves just for a week. And related to that, make sure your team doesn't all think in the same way. So don't just have people who are ethnically diverse, gender diverse, but from different backgrounds, from different places, from different educations. At Google X, where they created the Waymo self-driving car, balloons that float in the stratosphere to deliver connectivity to the mountains, drone deliveries, they're obsessed with 2 things. Psychological safety. It's never wrong to make a suggestion. It's never wrong in a meeting to propose something that sounds crazy, because that actually might be the fresh approach. And cognitive diversity. If they do back your crazy idea, you have to put a team together that includes misfits, that includes, as well as the engineers, the tech, the physics people, maybe somebody who was an origami expert or a concert pianist, because they'll think about a problem from different directions. Have at least some people in your team who have permission not to go with the mainstream. This is how to innovate. I went to the Pentagon. They had big problems. A massive bureaucracy of 3 million people at the US Department of Defense. They're up against new kind of startups that don't play by the old rules. ISIS can take a DJI drone, put a grenade on it, send it over the border in the Middle East, kill people, kill American soldiers. America has to do a procurement program that's often a year, 2 years late, billions over budget, and not what the soldiers in the front line need. And they realized they had a problem, so they hired a guy from the startup world who hates authority. He swears all the time. He has hoodies that say things like hack the Pentagon. His name's Chris Lynch, and they said, we want you to build a small team of 15, 20 people from tech who can just build, who can code, who can solve the problems that the bureaucracy can't code. You're going to get killed. Everybody in the military culture is going to try and stop you. So here's a letter from the Secretary of Defense to keep in your pocket. Take it out whenever you need. It says, these people are on an important national mission, get out of their way. And they did code. They did solve problems. They went to the front line in the Middle East and hacked together with the soldiers a radio signal jammer that took the DJI drones out of the sky. It helped modernize the big institution. They officially were called Defense Digital Service, this team, but they called themselves the Rebel Alliance. Even on their door in the Pentagon, it said Rebel Alliance. But you need pirates, you just need to protect them. Fourth thing, have a bit of your budget that's there to play with, not to deliver short-term revenue that can help you see things you're not looking for. A software company, Autodesk, that first became successful 30 years ago, making software architects and designers use, AutoCAD. But that was when software was in boxes and on CD-ROMs. How does it stay relevant when you subscribe to software, when software's in the cloud? So to their credit, and why they've survived, Autodesk ring-fences a bit of their budget to play. They have a pier in San Francisco full of 3D printers and robots that the teams can come in and explore. They have artists on paid fellowships. They want to see how people are changing how they use software to make things. About 7, 8 years ago, even before we talked about generative AI, they were playing with what if you could generate software at the same time as a designer was building an aeroplane seat or a running shoe, and it suggested hundreds of iterations. They called it generative design. They weren't looking for it. It didn't have a budget line. But they realized if we start shipping this in products, we will have defensibility in those products. This is going to be our next billion-dollar revenue stream. And I guess the last thing I learned from my book, you're not going to do it yourself. You have to collaborate across borders, across sectors. Tallinn is going to get a lot of love, I think, today. I went to meet Kaspar Korjus, who led the e-residency scheme. The idea that because services are digital first, why do we need to be limited by our borders? Why don't we get people in India, in Turkey, in the UK, creating businesses, boosting the Estonian economy? He even tried to start a cryptocurrency, but the central bank in Estonia didn't like that. They told him off. But it's about collaborating with others. One of the most successful Chinese tech companies that make smartphones, Xiaomi, set up by this guy, Lei Jun, it makes no money from the devices because it's such a competitive market. It makes money from the accessories and services, but it doesn't make the accessories. It's invested in hundreds of hardware companies, small amounts of investment money, but it gives the hardware companies access to its hundreds of millions of customers. So the best-selling battery pack, the best-selling air purifier in China, made by startups but branded Xiaomi. What's brilliant is they get a nice revenue share from these products, but they get differentiation. There's a reason for the customers to keep coming back to Xiaomi. We put him on the cover of Wired saying, it's time to copy China. So I'm going to leave you with kind of an acknowledgement that we're still all human in the room, but that comes with downsides. Humans have biases. Humans are not entirely logical. Somebody posted on Reddit a while ago, if somebody from the 1950s came back today, what would be the hardest thing to explain to them about modern life? And my favorite answer was, I have a device in my pocket capable of accessing the entirety of information known to man, and I use it to look at pictures of cats and to get into arguments with strangers. And so I think we have to confess that we're not always using tech for everything it can do. We will all be in that self-driving car soon, and we'll resist it. This guy, William Rimmer, puts his mum in his Tesla. We have some audio? Well, she's shouting, she's moaning, she's complaining. But you know, a couple of weeks later, it's going to be another way of her getting to the supermarket. So I'm going to leave you with one final thought. I got worried that ChatGPT was so good. So I went to ChatGPT, obviously said, thank you for writing my presentation. But I said, I guess keynote speakers are next to be replaced. And team, may I have some audio on this? I then got a synthetic voice to read you what ChatGPT said.
As an AI language model, I can provide information and assistance to help with various tasks, but I cannot replace the experience and expertise of a human keynote speaker.
Thank you.
Keynote speakers bring unique perspectives and insights to their presentations, and their ability to connect with their audience on a personal level is an important part of the speaking experience. While technology can augment and enhance the work of keynote speakers, it cannot fully replicate the human connection that is so vital to effective communication. So, rest assured that human keynote speakers are still valued and necessary for many events and occasions.
We're still in the game! Thank you, humans.
Thank you so much. ChatGPT prepared 20 questions for you, but I know you have to go. So unfortunately, I'm not going to address them today, but you are coming next time to Moldova, right? Thank you. Thank you so much, David. We're going to have a lot of additional discussions about digitalization and artificial intelligence, including during our next panel. But just to have it launched, we will take 1 minute break. Thank you.
Дима, я готов на чек. Пока ничего с этого нету.
We are getting started with the next panel, so I'm inviting all panelists to get on the stage. This new panel is about government powers.
The minister? Okay, let's see.
We called it the governmental panel, but actually it's about effective framework for digital economies. And we actually have today on the stage an amazing panel that will present the cooperation both between governments and private sector, the experience of other countries, as well as discovering digitalization as a whole for Moldova. I'm really proud to have within this panel amazing 5 speakers from different countries, which is also important. I'm telling that Victor is next Estonian in line in a way, so that's why I'm saying 5 countries. So Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba is with us talking about digitalization today. We also have Ray Pinto from Digital Europe. He will share. Digital Europe is the biggest association representing European tech companies. We also have Eduardo Mititelu, who is the Deputy Minister and State Secretary at the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization in Romania. And Maris Prindus, Minister of Environment, Protection and Regional Development in Latvia. And of course, our amazing moderator, Victor Guzun. Please, Victor, the stage is for you.
Okay, Marina, thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. Actually, I don't like this kind of settings for myself. I would like to move permanently. But I think I will just continue what David finished with the importance of the cooperation / human, or vice versa, human cooperation. And this actually will be the focus of our panel today with my guests, my panelists. But just before that, I would like just to give a little bit of content. I prepared some notes, not a speech. But Marina said that I'm the next Estonian in line. So I'm Victor. I was born in Moldova, but I live in Estonia for 13 years in a row. And actually, that's exactly what why I speak about this digital transformation on a daily basis. Because the difference between a digital nation and a non-digital nation is just huge, first of all. Secondly, digital transformation, and this is the lecture from Estonia, is not something for Dumitru, for the minister, or for Marina, or for you guys. But it's for every citizen of the Republic of Moldova. And if we are not have an understanding on this, then we have a problem. Because the issue is how we could transform our devices, internet connections, and pay everything into efficiency for every citizen of our countries. And here is another, I think it's point number 2 in David's presentation. We need a strategy, we need a document, we need something to guide us. And this approach of all of society and all of government, I think it's paramount. Because I think we all need to be, in a way, part of this digital transformation. Not only top-down ministers and the governments, but every one of us. Another thing, it's about cooperation. Cooperation is paramount. No cooperation, no sustainable digital transformation for the final beneficiaries, our people. And I think what we see right here in this summit, it's an amazing example of cooperation between the government, the civil society, ATIC, business, partners, because without cooperation between everyone here, this summit will not be possible. Another thing, we speak about public administration, but I think we already should start to speak about digital administration, because every one of you, including myself, we have already digital devices in our pocket. This is the reality of our time already. And the question is how we could transform these devices into efficiency. Another issue is digital skills. I think it should be absolutely clear that if a human today, a citizen of any country, does not have digital skills, he is just not well prepared for this life. He is not efficient as it should be or could be. Another one is human dimension. If we are not thinking about citizen-centric digital transformation, then we are lost. We will have a lot of services, as Deputy Prime Minister said last week, but we could have like 30, 40 services which had zero penetration last year. And really the last 2 points, number one, it's that when we have crises, then we find digital solution quickly to solve a problem. Just remember QR code during the pandemics. Just remember, right now what is happening in Ukraine, DIA app is just helping to face the consequence of war in Ukraine. Or imagine this Compensații government in Moldova to face this energy crisis for the citizens. Really the last point, and I will leave you here before introducing my dear guests in the panel, it's this, I call it the pandemics dilemma. So the idea is like this. Before the pandemics, everyone thinks that pandemics is a boosting, yes? So everyone agree with that. Before pandemics, we had a lot of nice, beautiful strategies and documents, and not so much action, because they're thinking, you know, this is the question of future, some jigs in the government should do it. Pandemics actually proved that we could do a lot of things digital, and some of the things you could do only digital, because human contact was impossible. And after the pandemics, what we see? Everyone rushed to make digital solutions and programs, but we see that it's not so many things well regulated or strategies. And that's why I will leave you here with this exact point to our guests. We need strategies. We need to involve everyone to make cooperation. So ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce our guests. Actually, Marina already introduced, and we will work in this way. We will have like 8 minutes, each of our speakers, a presentation, max 8. 2 of them will have presentations, a very short question from myself, and please prepare your question, because I will come with this microphone to you. Please address every question to our speakers. First of all, I would like to greet here my good friend Dumitru Alaiba, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization of the Republic of Moldova. But please, dear guests, focus on the significance of whole of society approach in digital transformation. Yes? This enhanced cross-sector cooperation between all the partners, this user-centric approach, and really the last one, the critical role of the human dimension and shared responsibility between everyone. Dumitru, floor is yours.
Still no? Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Victor, and thank you everyone for coming and for finding the time. That means you didn't have any queue to stand in this morning, and you're fine. You have enough time for actually having a conversation and interacting with your peers and exchanging ideas, and that is what this summit is about. That is what this event is about. It's about sitting together and speaking about the future, speaking about where we are headed, and how we are to get there. Just to, it seems that this summit could have happened also in Estonia, because there's a lot of talk about Estonia here, and I won't be an exception, because what Estonia has proven is that it's possible for a nation to be fully digital, to put, as Victor said, to make the citizen at the center of the government's needs, to make the human, when a government sees the citizen as a customer, which, if you're in business, you very well know that customer is always right, and customer needs to be taken care of, and customer needs to be happy when leaving your premises or your office or your service. And when the government does that, this is truly beautiful, and this is a huge also opportunity to build trust. And it's all about trust. It's about trust between the government, the state, and the citizen. It's about the trust between the state and the entrepreneur. This is what the huge chance and opportunity of digital transformation offers us as policymakers to completely change the way we are seen by our constituents, by our people, by our citizens, by our entrepreneurs. Moldova is, I would dare say, a regional leader in digital transformation. We are already, if speak about G2B services, and G2C is not too far different, we are already at 42%, over 40% of our public services for businesses are digital. Of course, this is not, work is not done, but we also are not stopping. By next year, our target is to have 75% of public services in digital mode, and of course, we will not stop until we get to 100%. And it's hard, it will be a complex job, it's a mess sometimes. You have to cut through resistance, you have to manage multi-stakeholder processes, and not everyone is sometimes on board, but it's not impossible. And if Estonia could do it, then we can do it, then any other country can do it if there is enough political will to push, and that's what it's about. A huge opportunity to change the way we interact with our citizens. It's also about, as Prime Minister mentioned, our own government super app called Evo, which is a name chosen, publicly and openly. The bet here, and as I said, the huge opportunity to better interact with our citizens and to actually address their needs much faster, much cheaper, with less corruption, without corridors and without counters, without grumpy civil servants, and let's admit it, without the need to resort to corruption, which is still a problem in Moldova. That's another opportunity that digital transformation offers countries like Moldova to get rid of bureaucracy. Well, not get rid of it, but let's say hug it from all the sides until it's gone and make it melt away, because there is no other way in which a government has to function in the 21st century. If in Estonia business people or citizens have no idea where the tax authority is or where food safety agency is, where is their physical address, all you need is a website or an app. That is what the opportunity is also for countries like ours. Of course, we have advanced significantly in the last only few months. We already made the first steps in completely changing the way you can manage a business. So, according to the legislation that is already passed, and their effects are, let's say, over the long term. This is not immediate effect, but I am sure the effect of the contactless package that we adopted, which will totally, first of all, it foresaw the different stages of managing a business, or from opening to buying property, to notaries, to cashless, to payments and so on, to buying property, apartments, lands and so on. Everything can be done online from distance, not even needing to be home, to be here in Moldova. And the effects, as I said, will be truly tectonic here when it comes to Moldova's investment attractiveness and Moldova's business climate in general. We're moving very fast on e-commerce. Of course, there are many things that we have to still to still advance, but thanks to the support from our partners, we have succeeded to have a first package of legislation that is already passed, basically removing stupid bottlenecks that we had until now. Of course, there's still a lot to do, but, well, let's say until recently, if you wanted to operate an online shop in certain areas in Moldova, you had to prove to the government that you dispose of space of 12 square meters. This is what we have to deal with sometimes, and this is not the case anymore. That the effects of the changes, as I said, are transformational over the years, and this is what we keep in mind with every step of the way. We're not building for because if speak about simply removing bureaucracy, it has an effect that it has an immediate effect. And we are doing that, but we are using the digital transformation as an enabler of economic growth, as an enabler of providing economic opportunity for our entrepreneurs and for growing new types of businesses. We are supporting innovation through government funds. We are investing together with our partners in digital skills, in development, in digital education, and very importantly in digital inclusion, because in the end, as I said, it's about trust. And trust is also supported by ramping up our cybersecurity capacity. And this is, unfortunately, with tragic events in Ukraine, with the war right next door, it has uncovered vulnerabilities in our systems, which is why we are moving fast in with adopting with adopting cybersecurity legislation and with implementing it duly, because we have to also have a resilient digital space, or else we are risking to compromise the people's trust in the system for years to come. One cyber incident is enough to risk the image and the support, the public support of the digital transformation agenda for an entire period. So this being said, of course, the road ahead is long, and there will be many bottlenecks, but we are willing to take the challenge, and we are willing to go until the end, to move fast, just like our citizens are expecting us to move. And none of this, as I said also in the morning, would have been possible without the support of our partners, who are there whenever we need help and whenever we need support in promoting reforms that are improving Moldova's attractiveness and that are supporting Moldova's change and transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And I promised a short question to each panelist from your context, what you said. And you said the two figures here, that, you know, when now we have 40% of the services digitized, and your goal is 75. This is one indicator. And the second indicator, I think it's super important, or the most important, is the level of penetration, of usability of these services. And we know that we have problems with that. And actually, last week you posted some statistic about that. How we will cope with this super important challenge? 1 minute, Minister, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, this was a teaser. What we'll have very soon, and Mihai, our State Secretary for Digitalization, is there. What we will have is a very, very detailed chart, let's say, that will be public and that will show the degree of penetration, quality-wise and quantity-wise, in each and every institution. And we'll use it as soft pressure on different authorities to accelerate digital transformation and adoption and launching of new digital tools. Because digital transformation is not only about one ministry, it's about all of the government moving in this direction and recognizing the importance and the huge opportunities that are generated by this, be it in health, be it in education, be it in justice, be it in business climate, and so on and so on and so on. So we will have more data very soon. We're now processing it. It is true that at the moment there are some public services that are available in digital format but not being used. And one way or the other, the explanation here is simple. It's just about not promoting them properly. We are not about ticking boxes. We actually want to have the gold standard here being digital only. So at some point we will also, the good side is that we also have public services that are already fully 100% requested in digital format. So this is what we're going towards.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. And if I may add from myself, the idea of this shared responsibility, not only your ministry or your governance agency or STIS is responsible, but every single ministry, every single agency. So, and this feeling of ownership, this is their product, it's not, they're responsible for that. I think it's super important to be spread. Thank you very much. Please prepare the questions for Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba. But now I'll give the floor to our special guest, Mr. Ray Pinto, Senior Director of Digital Transformation, Digital Europe. Ray, the floor is yours. And you have a presentation, please. You should have.
Thank you very much. And I have 8 minutes to give you a little bit of whirlwind tour of what governments are doing. And I understand the European Commission is going to follow this panel, so Renata will probably go in a lot more depth. But what we're looking at here is the transformation, and it's going to require a cooperation not only with all the government players that we have here on the panel and in the room, but you as well, not only as citizens, but also as businesses or academics need to be fully involved. So this has to be a dialogue between both of these groups because these rules are difficult. But the regulations are important, and I'll run through kind of why. But there's one important message here, and it was a message that was said by the keynote speaker before. This is all going to happen. It's unstoppable, and those countries that take the most out of it have the most to gain. And when I look from member state to member state, I see those that are grabbing it and running, and I see those that are afraid or listening to the voices of fear. Guess who's going to win? Guess which side you want to be on, right? And I'll give you a very quick example, if you don't believe me, about the speed of change and the inevitability. And this is going to be audience participation, so stop looking at your phones and listen to this. Whoever wins this is going to win nothing but admiration from me. So, first question. There was a study that was done 1995 to 2005. It was done by Berkeley University. They were looking at one industry alone, in those 10 years, disappeared and was digitalized. That means their resources, their buildings, their supply chain became digital. Can anyone guess that? Sorry? Nope, not cameras. Anyone? No, not travel agencies. No, far simpler, music. And if anyone is near my age, they will remember you had to get in a car, go to the store, buy your DVD, right, which was packaged and repackaged with tons of plastic, with trucks going all over the place. 80% gone. It's probably closer to 100% now, right? So when you look at the impact on climate change and the environment, this digitization is doing tremendous things. And we saw previously, though not talked enough, of what it can do in healthcare, in detecting, cancers, for example, at a very early stage, or making energy run more effectively. So let's kick this off. Okay, there we go. So who are we? Digital Europe is a trade association. We have 41 national trade associations, many large companies in those sectors, right? And I have to tell you that if you are part of ATEC, right, that it's put on this excellent conference, then you're doing the right thing. Because ATEC is going to be a very important stakeholder group that's going to guide you through this. And it's going to make sure your voice is heard. And it's going to make sure that your voice is relevant. So this is a very important organization. They're a member of ours, and we're very honored that they joined Digital Europe. Now, when you look at the digital economy, you see that it is very, very far from reaching its full potential. It's only about 3%, right, where you have this interchange of data. And I'm going to talk about the fragmentation that you see in the EU, and that is being addressed. But, you know, we should try to get at least 6% by 2025. Now, can you imagine if you're the CEO of some company and you're saying, you know, I only want 6%, you'd be fired in a second. But we got to be realistic. And I think 6% is going to be a tough drive. So how can we make sure the EU can come together, benefit from these technologies, and shift to the digital transformation? Well, they are, you know, not sitting on their hands, I can tell you that. They're moving at a speed that I've never seen in my 30 years in lobbying. And I can tell you regulations are important, right? Think about it. We give money to strangers, all our life savings, right? We go to other, and they're called bankers. We go to doctors, people we don't know, we take off our clothes and we tell them to cut us open. So regulations are important. It builds trust, it builds confidence, it creates harmonization. And that's what many of these different regulations are trying to do. Recently, the AI Act was passed in the Parliament. We have GDPR, which is the data protection rules that make sure that you as citizens in Europe will be protected no matter where you go. We have seen enforcement on that as well, recently as well. We've seen a data strategy with the Data Act trying to get data to flow across borders and to be used for research and to feed into machine learning. And then, of course, very important is cyber resilience. So there is a whole bunch of different rules out there. I've only put about 10%. Our association works on roughly 87 different regulations. But what is it going to do? It's going to create these common data spaces. Europe is going to come together digitally where it struggles to come together physically. And it's not going to happen tomorrow. I hope it moves quicker. But maybe by 2030, we will be seeing a health data space that will be finding cures for cancer. We will have energy data to understand very intuitively your energy needs and not waste energy as it's happening today in a crisis where we can't get, you know, energy quickly to citizens or have to put prices up very high. Addressing climate change, creating skills, manufacturing. Now, all this stuff is driven by AI and it has data, and to be honest, it's not that sexy, right? You can't do a keynote conversation, as we saw previously by Wired, if you're talking about a manufacturing AI, you know, process. But let me tell you one thing. When you look to business, right, it is a 13 trillion market globally. Business to consumer, which what we saw in the previous slides, or the, you know, what we see on our phones or media apps, it's only 3 trillion. And guess who are the leaders in business to business? Can anyone guess? Who are the leaders in many of these different sectors? It's the EU. Come on, guys. It is the EU. So we have the advantage. We can lead, right? There are member states, true, that are, you know, leading in specific areas, and it's our race to lose. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity if we work together and try to make this happen. Now, when we look at the next wave. Now, all of this that you saw was the agenda that was put together by the Commission. It's been going on for over 10 years now. But now we're in a new world. And this is a new world. It's a new world of COVID. It's a hybrid war between Russia and Ukraine. It's energy crisis, financial crisis, supply chain difficulties. So it's digital resilience. And you're going to hear this more and more from the Commission, most likely the next mandate. I'm guessing, if I had a crystal ball, that it's going to be a lot about how do we make sure Europe and the EU and the member states collectively can have resilience. And this is going to be, you know, definitely meaning to affect these regulations and doing it correctly. And I'm not saying they're all great. Let me tell you, there's a lot of flaws with many of those regulations. The AI Act, for example, sandboxes still have yet to be defined and rolled out in each member state and taken seriously. We have a paper on that. Well, you know, if you look at the cost of these regulations for an SME, you're looking upwards to 100,000 to 300,000. Good luck to those SMEs, right? When you look at the Data Act, there's still not very clear on how the IP is going to be protected and how that's going to be implemented by companies. So there's still a lot of work that has to be done. ATIC's going to lead the way to help maybe get some parallel regulations that can get mutually recognized here in Moldova. But the other major issue we have to tackle is dealing with trade within the EU. The single market still has a lot of cross-border difficulties. I'll give you another example. If you look at an eco-label, so that is something that you always see on any product you buy, right? Something with a waste basket or a logo of recycling. Each country wants their own color, their own size. They don't like it, the way it's done. It's not Spanish enough. Or in my country, in France, it's not French enough, right? If you look at the Triman logo, again, my country in France, they changed the rules. Even though there was an EU regulation, it took almost a decade before an infringement practice was raised. So I'm going to pause here. It was very quick. If you want to find out more about this and you want to learn more and get more guidance, again, ATEC, right? They're here. Talk to Marina and the team and join them and support them because they will guide you and help guide Moldova with the government, right, to try and implement these things in a right way.
Yes, Ray. Thank you very much. Just a short question. Short question from context, but microphone, it works? Yes. You said about cross-border. I think it's super important because we are already live already, this cross-country cooperation. And I will give you just a few my personal examples. If I'm in Finland, for example, my medical records, you have a problem, I could rely on the doctor and my family doctor there. If I'm in Latvia, I could log into the system with my Smart ID solution, the future digital solution MobiSign, which Artur we discussed today in the morning. And between the Republic of Moldova and Romania is this common digital space. So the future of cross-border digital transformation, it's clearly here. How you assess the reality? And most importantly, the future of this. And in your organization, are you taking this as a serious priority for your activities? In 1 minute, if you could comment a little bit on that, sir.
Yes, thank you, Victor. It's hard to answer in 1 minute, but I can tell you, don't be pessimistic. Be optimistic, right? And just my next speaker over here from Romania. You may not know this, but Romania is in the top 4 countries that have the fastest growing tech community, right? People don't realize this. Your engine is right here. Where's the second one? It's in Poland. Where's the third one? It's in Ukraine. So really, we are taking this seriously. It is a priority for us, and we're making sure that we can make sure the dialogue is happening between governments, between the people, and it's funded with skills. It's funded with money. If you look at the RRF, it is so the recovery money that the Commission created. It is 1.3 trillion. That's a lot of money, right? That is money that needs to be used for this digital transformation. So you have money, you have the skills, you have the motivation, be optimistic, get it done.
All right, thank you very much. And please prepare. I have a loud voice, no problem with that, but thank you, Ray. Now I will switch to Mr. Eduard Mititelu, Deputy Minister and State Secretary at the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization, Romania. And we are good friends with Eduard. Eduard, I would like to, to switch a little bit from the speech of Deputy Minister Alaiba, that we are a leader, and I think in Moldova we all know quite well the statement of Minister Burduja, is that Moldova is years light away Romania. Could you comment a little bit on that, if it's possible?
Yeah, I will start with a personal remark. I will start saying thank you for the invitation. In Chișinău, I'm feeling like home. I traveled from home to home. And I'm feeling in the middle of friends, starting from Deputy Prime Minister, Victor, Olga, Igor, Arthur, team of e-government agency, and I will say thank you very much for this feeling. It's very important for me because we talk about collaboration. Yeah, it's an example. Our committee for digital transformation, it's an example, a good example for collaboration. And I will say my magic number for this year is 33. Why? Because 33 years ago we had first flower bridge between Romania and Republic of Moldova, and I grown up with stories about this flower bridge from my parents. They participated, and I'm feeling with Minister Sebastian Burduja we have a duty to create digital bridges, to create digital common space, and that is our priority in digital transformation. And also I will say with some examples. A few weeks ago we had a common hackathon for developing common solutions, technical solutions. It was in my opinion, it was a great success, and we have to repeat that experience. Also, we are working in using the code for Moldova solutions, for example, for M-Notify, for M-Log, because they are very good solutions, and we don't have to invent these things, and we have to improve them. Also, we have together with us the private sector, UiPath, Microsoft, and in the future we'll see 2 new partnerships for this common space committee. Also, in the future our plans are to improve our interoperability, because we have common citizens, and it's very, very important for us to offer public services for them on just one click distance, and we'll work to have this goal. Also, it's important for us to work together in the cybersecurity field. Romania has also an advantage to have in Bucharest the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. We launched it in 9th of May. I had the honor to coordinate this project in Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization. And the next step for this center will be to create an ecosystem around it. And we'll work to have Moldova in this ecosystem. Also, we have experience in artificial intelligence, and here I can talk about Ion, the first Prime Minister advisor based on artificial intelligence. Also, we have a Romanian committee for artificial intelligence where we'll prepare the legislation, the legislation for artificial intelligence, and the ethics part for this point. And also, talking about European Union, will support, and we are supporting Republic of Moldova in their way to European Union, and it's very important for us to give to Republic of Moldova this feeling they are not alone in their way. And talking about the European Union also, it's very important to have this collaboration in the European Union and between states, because in this moment all the states have a priority on national recovery and resilience plans. And it's very important to collaborate between us, because we have the same problems. For example, a lot of countries in Europe are building right now the cloud part. They are building APIs. Already we are talking on a lot of platforms, starting, I don't know, from 3Cs initiative. We talk about these problems. And we found that also they are working, our partners from Poland, for example, they are working on APIs, they are working on interoperability systems. And it's important to share our experiences. For example, in Romania, we had the support from Republic of Moldova, and I think we have one of the best legislation for cloud, with the support from Republic of Moldova authorities, and will share this legislation in a legal repository for 3Cs initiative members. Also, we are looking to work together in creating new solutions, working on a delivery system from European Commission, and connecting and finding the common points, and maybe to integrate together with mConnect, because it's important to prepare also the interoperability between Romania, Republic of Moldova, and European states, the other European states. And I hope today we'll have also the common committee for digital transformation, and we'll have new projects, new goals, and we are ready to be part of this. And I will conclude with one thing. The digitalization process is not just about technology. It's how we see in a new way our businesses, how to involve people in this, and how can we change our lives with digital transformation. And I found the secret of Republic of Moldova. Sorry, I said I will conclude, but I found the secret, people. And it's very important. I saw that in my first official travel in Tallinn, when I saw the Republic of Moldova delegation working together to find new opportunities for the country, and working to develop new connections, to find new projects, and that was a good thing. And also I saw that they're working on agile teams, and that's awesome. I think connections between people is the key for digital transformation, not just technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Yeah. Maybe I will add a little bit from myself. The idea is that, you know, the experience is everywhere. And I think the best example here is Estonian, Ukrainian example. I remember it quite well, like 3-4 years ago, when, you know, many delegations of Ukrainians came to Ukraine and vice versa to learn from Estonia. But actually now Estonia is implementing the mobile solutions of the platform based on DIA. So we could learn from each other. And especially I'm following what you're doing in Romania, but especially I love what you're doing with this, with digital caravans. Going to the regions, I see you in Botoșani every week discussing with the people what you learned in these visits. You're discussing with the people on which kind of lecture you could share with us from this perspective. Why are you doing this and why it's so important? 1 minute, Eduard, please.
We found a lot of problems. The digitalization process, it's a process on villages. It's a process in cities. It's not on the desks, on the ministries. Because we found problems with employers in villages, the problem with, not with the digitalization process, with digitization process. We found problems with digital skills, and that's why we have a project to transform local libraries in digital skills hubs. So also we found problems with using digital signature, and we'll learn how to improve our lessons for them. And we will continue this experience, we'll continue this project, because in every village we found new and new problems, and we try to support them, not just the ministry. Also, we are talking with another ministries, with another authorities, and they are helping these local communities.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor. Actually, I live in Estonia, to my good neighbor from Latvia, but also here we are neighbors. Maris Sprindzuks, Minister of Environment Protection and Regional Development of Latvia. Minister, floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you. It's really great pleasure to be here, because I have a very special relationship with Moldova. Some 10 years ago, I was a consultant, and my wife said, "Maris, you have second wife in Moldova. You are so frequently out there that I'm suspicious." And I said, no, I'm just in love with Moldova. And I think now I'm the minister after 10 years and Minister of Environment and Regional Development, which is supposedly everything, but it shouldn't be a digital ministry. But I will tell a story because I have special love with Moldova, and I think this story might be very helpful to Moldova in their path to digitalization. So, Ministry of Regional, do we have a room? Sorry. So, of course, Ministry of Environment should deal with Green Deal, environment, transformation. But in our case, in Latvian case, we are the ministry responsible for digital transformation. We are also a ministry responsible for regional development and municipalities. Very strange combination. How does it work? The thing is, I completely agree with your Minister of Economy. If we make policies, we do them for the citizen, for the client, and our inhabitant of our nations is a center to whom we work. And it doesn't matter whether we do it from one or the other ministry. We serve our main client, the citizen. So these all things come together when it comes to digitalization. Our goals might be digital transformation of country, regional development, use of natural capital and environment, having strong municipalities, being climate neutral. All these goals has to do with digitalization. Society, whatever we do it, we need people who can access digital services. Otherwise, what sense of digitalizing things? Digitalization is not a goal, it's a tool. Planning, what sense it makes to have an island with digital solutions which are not interlinked? We are becoming so expensive that we cannot afford to digitalize furthermore. It's a matter about decentralization and centralization, how to find a good balance between this. And our ministry took a role in taking under us all the databases, data storages, cybersecurity. So all horizontal platforms were centralized, taken away from the line ministries, put under one ministry. And it leads us to cost efficiency and also thinking about the future. We will need more hands in healthcare, in social care, in education. To do this, we need to take more people out of bureaucratic systems and shift where people are irreplaceable, where artificial intelligence will not help much. And about economy, if we share the data we have, we help our economy to become more competitive. And this is a very main lesson for the whole Europe. We need to be competitive in a new world. The more digitally advanced are we, the more our companies will be able to export and compete worldwide. What we did in our ministry, we divided policy level from implementation, and this is what we advise other ministries to do. I'm chairing the committee under the Prime Minister, who is basically telling the philosophy, you need good policy planning, which simplifies rules, which aligns the processes, and only then you can digitalize them. If you do the opposite, you get digital mess, and there is no economies, there is no saving on administrative burden. So, because Prime Minister would be the best person to do this, but he's the busiest person. He's like a firefighter. So you need someone from line minister, should it be Ministry of Economy or Science or whatever, to do this work and to be a superior at this moment when the committee is held, to tell the story to other ministries, to change the rules of the game. So each ministry should divide its policy planning from policy implementation, and those parts should work in parallel, in harmony, because one cannot do without the other. What we did already in 2013 when I finished my consultancy, and my last client was actually Latvian government, when they said you should make client one-stop shops in municipalities. Why? We had 534 municipalities in 2009. Today we have 43 municipalities. So it means in 500 places there are no governance, no mayors, no deputies. But people need access to services. So what we did, we built one-stop shops with people behind the screen who are advanced. And an old lady might come 80 years old, she is not good at computers or she doesn't have a smartphone, but she has a problem. If she comes, she's identified, she can have access to digital services. She is part of the development, what we are doing. We today have 180 client centers, and we will move to 500 so that every parish, every former municipality have access to digital services. And that's the first step. Now we are moving to the school system, healthcare system, and also police system, how to make them efficient given that many people are shifting to the cities, countryside is being depopulated, how to maintain the public governance. We cannot sustain the old way of governance. We should modernize it, and digitalization is an answer. And this is Latvian way. We think that we save money by making these client centers rather than keeping the old offices or office-style public administration in place. I'll not stick much to this, but basically the centralized approach really helps us to finance things and make scale and make shared services. And I think this is an important lesson to each country. Bringing together, we can learn from each other, we can save costs, we avoid parallel systems. And if we talk about data flows, it's all about how to connect different data. And you can do it in different ways, there's no right answer. But it's too expensive for all of us to make our own systems separately. And the last thing I want to say, it's all about people. So if we do not educate our society, we heard these stories about artificial intelligence. You know, we will lose the war, or we will not get what we aim to. People can be fooled, they can be cheated. We need educated people, not just to access government or to do things cost efficiently, but they also have to understand what is going on. We see the Ukrainian war, you know, white is called black and black is called white. This is war on information as well, and we need educated people to live in this new world. And every investment we have done to educate our civil servants, to educate the people who are old, who cannot learn, is really an asset we're bringing back, because at the final end we are serving the client, the people, and the more educated they are, the better results we receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I have a question for you from actually what intrigued me about this map of local municipalities of Latvia, and congratulations for the successful reform. Why I'm saying this? Because the government of Moldova just approved a few months ago the new strategy of the reform of public administration, and this reform is also there. Because in Moldova, even a smaller country than Latvia, we have almost 900 municipalities now. What is important also is that in this strategy and an action plan, it's also a special chapter, how digital solutions could help this reform. I think it's very important, and the lessons from your recent public administration and local public administration reform is very valuable for us. What will be your lessons, let's say like that, from this perspective? You know, doing these kind of reforms and enhancing digital transformation and services for every citizen of Latvia in your case? And which kind of lessons we could learn from your example, very recent one? Thank you.
If we would calculate how much cost public administration and where the cost comes from, these are offices, these are salaries, this is transportation. You know, we maintain old-style systems which are very costly to our taxpayer, but they don't need bosses or offices, they need services. So we really need to change the whole mindset how public administration works if we think about the client's needs. So we have to deliver service, should it be administrative service or physical type of service, such as education or healthcare. But having this in mind and having also the realities we face, you know, we live in a different world. People don't want to live in countryside, they want to live in cities. We have to change things, how we organize our work. I think just the digitalization is actually the way of thinking. It has nothing to do with ICT or software. It's more to do with the way how we organize our thinking and how we serve our people.
Okay, Minister, thank you very much. Thank you to all panelists. And now we have comfortably a few minutes. Anna? No? No questions? But maybe. So now I'm between Anna and the panel. Okay, 5 minutes for the questions, please, very quickly. Introduce yourself and ask your very short question and very short answers, please.
Very short question. Victor Burunsus. Your Excellency, Dumitru, in the spirit that you laid out, that we need an environment where there will be trust. The question is very simple. When the state will start to trust the citizen? And the reason I'm asking this one is very simple. The other day, I visited ASP, Agenția Servicii Publice. I spent there 24 minutes with my daughter for her first ID. I could have spent a maximum of 5 minutes if the whole data entry effort were on my side, not on their side. I could have altogether avoided the visit to the ASP, because what they've done there was taking a picture of my daughter and all the other data, they already have it. And this question is valid for all relationship between citizen and also corporate citizen, when the state will trust the citizen. Thank you.
Victor, thank you. Minister?
Thank you very much. Well, there is still a lot to do. There is still a lot of work. It is true that this government, from, let's call it inertia, very often treats their citizens, and especially their business, with a clear presumption of guilt, not presumption of innocence. And I don't think we have to sugarcoat it. This is the big change we have to accomplish by pushing for these reforms, including digital transformation, but this is part of something much bigger. Just eliminate the interaction between government, between the grumpy public servant and the citizen or the businesses, and this is a start. There is a presumption of guilt ingrained in too much legislation that we have to get rid of. And there is also this, and if I speak especially about the business, then we will all agree that there is a mindset that still has to be changed, and it's easier to eliminate this interaction in too many public servants, with too many public servants, than change a total mindset. And this is exactly what we are moving towards, and we're not going to be too slow. So this is, I mean, I will admit, I also spent, well, a few years ago when I was sort of registering my child, it was half a day. Not saying that huge success, because the gold standard is something very different. All information is already there, you just pick it up and that's it. And we know it, we know how it's done. The good side is that other countries like Estonia have done it. We don't even have to invent stuff. We just have to be fast enough and open enough to accept this change. That's all.
Thank you very much. I see a lot of hands, but I also see that the speakers will remain here in the room. And I'm sorry, but actually the time is ended. I would like to ask you to give a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. And please address all your questions to our speakers immediately after this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I'm taking over from this moment to introduce the next sessions, but before we do that, I'd like to let the audience know that we have one parallel session which is in front end on cybersecurity. So if you are interested in cybersecurity and digital skills, you may leave this room and follow my colleagues to the room above on the second floor, which is the glass door room. I highly encourage you to split among the sessions. We will have an intro video provided by Renate Nicolai, Deputy Director of General at DG Connect. She wanted to be here with us, but there is a big DG meeting in Brussels these days as well, in parallel. And while the video is running, and right after the video, I would like the eGov team, Olga Tumuruk, Igor Berko, and Artur Reboy to join us on stage for the citizen-centric government to a common digital infrastructure. So if you want to be here, you stay here. If you want to follow the cybersecurity stream, you go into the front end. Can you whip please the video of Renate on?
Good morning. And thank you for allowing me to join you today with a short video message. Unfortunately, I cannot be there in person with you, as I'm in Stockholm today at the annual Digital Assembly. But your Digital Summit is a very good moment to take stock of where we are. A year ago, the Republic of Moldova has become a candidate country to join the European Union. Later this month, the Commission will report on progress so far. And we hope that later this year, potential further steps towards Moldova becoming a member of the club can be considered. But today's Digital Summit is a very good moment to pause on how far we have come on bringing Moldova closer to the Union and to the internal market in the broader digital agenda. And I dare say that together with the Moldovan government and the business community, we have made good progress. We have developed a broad agenda and we have already delivered very concrete results. Just a few weeks ago, on the 31st of May, we announced a breakthrough on lowering roaming charges by January 2024. This is not only a sign that we are serious about our political commitments, it's also a proof that we can make fast progress if we all work together. The voluntary agreement between operators, supported by the EU and the Moldovan authorities, will bring very concrete benefits for citizens in Moldova and across the European Union. This has also been highlighted at the bilateral meeting between the presidents of Moldova and the European Commission when they met just ahead of the recent European Political Community Summit on the 1st of June in Chișinău. But even beyond roaming, there are many other good examples of cooperation, some of which you will discuss during the summit. Let me mention just a couple of them. We highly appreciate the new national digital transformation strategy of Moldova. This will facilitate further cooperation, and we hope to see it translated into concrete action soon. Also, this year's cybersecurity law is a very important step and the fruit of close cooperation, because it was prepared with substantial support from an EU-funded project, Moldova Cybersecurity Rapid Assistance Project. We are also working towards mutual recognition of electronic signatures and electronic identities. And this would be such a good step forward, because it will enable the exchange of electronically signed documents between the EU and the Republic of Moldova. Once implemented, this would be very good news for citizens and far less hassle for businesses. We also want to bring Moldova closer to cooperating with us on our programs. And this is why I'm happy to share that this May we agreed on the Association of the Republic of Moldova to the Connecting Europe facility. This allows co-financing of Moldovan projects which aim at increasing the capacity, security and resilience of digital connectivity between the Republic of Moldova and the EU. And we are about to start negotiations to associate the Republic of Moldova to the Digital Europe program. Should the country become associated to this program, Moldovan business and public administrations will be able to participate in projects on supercomputing, artificial intelligence, advanced digital skills or digital innovation hubs. Strong cooperation makes sense, as the digital community does not stop at national borders. No single member state of the EU or a candidate country will be able to address vulnerabilities and dependencies, especially relevant in the current geopolitical context, or accelerate investment to the necessary scale on its own. Whether it's in telecoms, in cybersecurity, in copyright, in the fight against disinformation, or in the rules governing the online economy, there are similar challenges in the Union and in Moldova. And Moldova does not have to wait for the EU membership to come closer to Europe, including on rules regarding the digital space. Of course, this will require continuous hard work and a lot of efforts by all. But as we have shown so far, we are up for the job and we can deliver. I therefore wish you good discussions on many of these matters during the summit and want to stress that we will walk on your side on this journey. Thank you very much.
Be our guest and grow your business here with us.
Hello everyone and welcome to the session hosted by Moldova e-Governance Agency. During this session, we will share what e-governance means for us, but also what is the role of Moldova e-Governance Agency in the context of a broader digital transformation process. We will also introduce you to two game-changing mobile applications that will definitely mark our future development, and actually they were already announced by the previous speakers. I am very glad to share today the stage with two of my colleagues, gurus in digital transformation and e-governance, and this is Mr. Artur Reboy, that is Chief Enterprise Architect at e-Governance Agency, and Mr. Igor Bercu, that is Chief Digital Platforms Manager also at e-Governance Agency. So I will encourage you to welcome them when they will be joining us on stage. Well, as already was mentioned today, Moldova e-Governance Agency is acting since 2010, and from the very first day we were directing our activity and efforts for service improvement. And in our view, this is the best use case for innovation and technology, as in this way we are changing lives. We work to develop government, businesses, to create new business models and activities to foster internal cooperation and to help us act better, be more agile, we as individuals and we as a country. In this regard, for us, as the main entity that is responsible for e-governance, it is not only about using digital tools. It is about, the e-governance is about an efficient government that hears its citizens, that works for their benefit. It is also about raising transparency, being more accountable, co-creating our solutions with our citizens, being more effective and more inclusive in our processes. The main focus, as I said, for we as e-governance agency is to provide transparent, equitable and accountable service delivery to our citizens. I would like to share with you some of the features that e-governance has in Moldova that really needs to be highlighted today. And the first one is e-services. In Moldova for more than 10 years, we developed all the components and all the prerequisites that need to be in place in order to have a smooth and fast digitization process. So that now the service providers, they need and have to direct their efforts only to the core of the problem, because the rest of the services like identification, signing, digital payments, data exchange, delivery, all this is already available through integration and APIs. The other one, very important features, is international services. Why? Because digital services means borderless services. And maybe this is the main takeaway of the digital transformation. Because for us, having a third of our nationals abroad, the enabled digital services and the existing ecosystem allow us to serve seamlessly our diaspora that still has families, interests, properties in Moldova. In the same time, economic development. We foresee digitalization as a catalyst for the economic development, as innovation brings new business activities and new business models, but in the same time, it lowers the cost of operations, it lowers the cost of doing business in Moldova. Debureaucratization. This word was already mentioned in different ways today, but we still have to cope with that. And having digital solutions in place, the gap between the state, the citizens, and the businesses is narrowing, so that the impact of the bureaucracy is really minimized. Last but not least, it is about reducing inequality. Using e-governance tools, everyone is empowered to be engaged, to be involved in social life, and to make changes in their community. Well, I will go back through the e-governance ecosystem just for a few words, these building blocks that provide essential services and that are relevant to system development. In our case, it is a centralized model, and for our country, a small country struggling with financial and human resources, this is a model that fits very well our needs and help us to overcome the challenges. These building blocks are really enabling and helping us to advance with digital transformation. They are integrating, they work as a whole. I invite you now to find out more about these building blocks from my colleagues that I previously presented. And I'd like to invite Arturo Boy to join me here on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Olga. Dear audience, because of the small amount of time we have, we will run fast through all what we've done till today, and at the end we will discuss about mobile, as previously was said. So the most important building blocks of e-governments, if you listen to various countries, is digital identity, interoperability, and user centricity. This is user experience. This is the last change in this kind of pillars that became apparent in the last years. I will speak about trust. And the first pillar of digital identity and trust is the way, the digital signature, which is a way of delegating the trust from citizens to government and from government to citizens. This trust is based on high level of security. It shall be impossible to forge because trust will break if we can forge it, and shall give legal effects because without legal effects, even if the trust is present, it will not be possible to deliver electronic services. And actually, our legal efforts to make it to use technology is as important as the technical ones. We have 3 types of electronic signatures currently in Moldova. The mobile signature provided by telco companies, particularly Orange and Moldcell, national electronic identity, and electronic identity provided on USB tokens. And this is not, unfortunately, this is not enough. And today we will present you and provide you a timeline when we will have another solution which shall change the things, which is a mobile app with digital identity on it. How are digital identities used and how this trust can be delegated, as I said? One of the important platform level services that is used across governmental organizations, governmental services, and not only the public ones but also the private ones, is MPAS, which is a single sign-on or authentication and access control service. I like to highlight this second part of the functionality of MPAS, access control. And we have in MPAS the possibility to transfer the authorization and the delegation of rights from one system to another. So today, directors of companies, when they authenticate into some system, they don't have to provide another proof to say that they can administer those organizations. During their authentication, besides their claims like first name and last name about their physical identity, MPAS also can say to the integrating services that they are directors of those particular companies. So this is an example of trust delegation. And of course, whenever a service has to be provided later, you have to request it, and sometimes, or many times, better to say, government organizations have to have a proof that people asked for some particular service. So for this we use mSign, which allows a very easy interface for applying and verifying digital signatures, either directly through accessing mSign or via some services that are integrated with the API exposed by mSign. And another very important pillar of trust is actually traceability or auditability. So the possibility to prove that something happened or didn't. And for this we have a quite invisible for the large, for the public service, which is called mLog, which actually currently is collecting more than 100 events per second, even when we're speaking. The latest stats is that we have more than 200 million events per month collected by this service. And this service is, can answer to questions like how many transactions happened in some systems, how many errors happened there, statistical ones, and maybe available for research. But most importantly, it is possible to say that something happened or not in some informational system. mlog is also containing a simplified blockchain which assigns periodically the events logged into it using some publicly available independent timestamp services. So those timestamp services are not somehow controlled by the government. So we cannot change anything in mlog by ourselves, even though we have administrative rights to administer this service. So this is the first pillar, trust and identity, and my speech will be continued by my colleague. The speech will be continued by my colleague, Igor Berko. Thank you.
Thank you, Artur. Thank you, Olga. Dear participants, it's our pleasure to present actually our work doing more than 10 years. So I will continue with the next building block, which is, of course, very important in providing key services. It's about electronic payments. So starting in 2014 with 2 services, today mPay is one of the most important and used microservices in Moldova because it is connected to all electronic services and not only. Today, mPay ensures that more than thousands of the transactions and millions of leis are provided through mPay to the state budget. Why mPay is so important and why mPay should be used when we provide some state payments? Because mPay, first of all, is guaranteed that if citizen is paying some services, so the service should be provided, and mPay guaranteed that the money from the citizen account will be transferred to the institution account. Also, mPay provides all available instruments, tools for payment, cards, cash, e-money, and internet banking, and other available tools today in Moldova. Starting with January 2021, mPay not only receive the money for the citizen, but also provide the money to the citizen. So institutions using the mPay can distribute some payments, social benefits, some compensations. Also, we are under piloting with the providing through mPay the salaries to the public servants. The other very important instrument or tool in e-service providing is notification, of course. So mNotify is aimed to notify the citizen during the service providing, starting with the confirmation that the request of the service was received and ending with the confirmation that the service was delivered. Any changes of the state during the service providing, mNotify notifies the stakeholders, citizen or service providers. Also, why mNotify is so important? Because mNotify integrates all available channels to communicate, to provide communication or to ensure communication between the citizen and the service provider. And I can say that the citizen can choose, can select which is his or her preferable channel. Viber, Skype, email, SMS, coming soon, and other available communication channels. Sometimes you know, we are busy people and nowadays, and sometimes we would like to delegate our responsibilities to the other people so that the other citizen can act, or other entrepreneurs can act on behalf of us. So the Empower was developed to provide such trust between citizen and legal entities, to delegate representatives to act on behalf of citizen or business. Empower today is integrated with all e-services in place in Moldova. Also, Empower provides possibility to delegate other people to represent them in front of public service. Even we try to exclude any paperwork and provide exclusively electronic services, there are still some services which are provided to paper-based, and of course some of them will not be, or is impossible to exclude. For example, to provide the passports or IDs and other kind of certificates, documents to the citizens. So M-Delivery was developed to facilitate the delivering these goods from service providers to citizens. And it works as a hub similar to MPay, connecting the delivery providers to the service providers. So when the citizen requests a service, and the service is a paper, a piece of paper or a passport or an ID, the citizen can select which provider, delivery provider, will bring this document to his or her home, including the international delivery. As Olga said, we have a lot of people abroad of Moldova, and we find out that this service is more required by the diaspora than the local citizens. Also, why M-Delivery is important? Because it could be integrated with any electronic service. M-Delivery make a possibility to tracking the goods and the states of the request services. Well, in the classic mode, when we go to the service provider and ask for some services, they usually ask us to bring a lot of certificates, a lot of other documents which are also provided by other institutions. So we sometimes have to act as a postman to go from one institution to bring a piece of paper and provide it to other institution. M-Connect solved this problem. How? Connecting the state registers between them. And any electronic services is connected through M-Connect to the state registry, so it's enough to say that who am I and what I want. Then if service provider needs some other information, they will connect through this platform, through this data exchange platform, and obtain any other information they need. For example, if I have or not some fees to pay, if I have or not some rights, if I have or not, let's say, enough age to give this service, and other requirements which are provided by service providers. We can say, and we are proud to say, that currently we have our own solution for data exchange. It was rebuilt some years ago. It is based on standard open protocols, and most important it connects most important registers and other information systems in Moldova. The citizen portal or the citizen or business portal, also called as M-Cabinet, is one of the example when all these microservices, which Arthur presented and I presented previously, are connected together. So if I have electronic signature and I authenticate in M-Cabinet, using all these microservices and M-Connect, of course, I receive the information from the state about myself, including the, I don't know, vehicles, including the information about my children, including information about my tax fees and other information which the state has about me. The information are organized in some blocks, information blocks, and also M-Cabinet recently was integrated with all e-services, and we state that for the last half a year, the number of users increased 3 times accessing M-Cabinet, because now we not only receive the information in M-Cabinet, we can see the information in M-Cabinet, but also we can ask some information or request the services from M-Cabinet. Some years ago, I guess in 2011, in one of the presentation, we were asked how many services, public services, Republic of Moldova provides. It was shame of us because we couldn't answer to this question. Nobody couldn't answer to this question. And we start to ask the institution, how many services do you provide? We developed the first version of public service portal and asked institutions to register their services. We found out that there are very interesting services. For example, some institutions make some paper copies and they call it as a public service. So we start to optimize. We start to register service by service. And now we have the registry of public services and the new version of public service portal, which concentrates all public services providing in the Republic of Moldova. So it acts as a single window for the citizens, for the business, for diaspora, asking or providing a flexible interface and very advanced tools of searching and identifying the service according to some keywords. Once the service is identified in this public service portal, the citizen can find out all information needed to get these services. I mean the costs, how many documents I have to provide if I would like to ask in classical mode the service, if the service is available or not electronically, and also some general description about the service itself and the service provider, the location when I can receive these services, and other information, important information regarding this service. Also, the services are organized in categories, in life and business events, when the citizen or business can find all information needed about the service. Of course, we could not succeed if we don't have a stable and performant infrastructure to host these electronic services. So government implemented mCloud, a cloud computing infrastructure, which is fully virtualized environment based on last modern technologies, including Kubernetes, Docker. So any new electronic services developed, they use any advanced DevOps tools to easily deploy the service to the cloud and make it available to the citizens. If connects each microservices in order to provide some information to the citizen or business, for the electronic services, we developed a framework which allow to develop or to develop the e-service using some building blocks. When we started the analysis and digitalization, the service by service, we understand that it will take too much time to cover, to digitalize all services. But you know, the government asked us to have 75% of the services digitalized till next year. So we had to find a optimized solution. And FOD, it's a kind of framework connecting some visual blocks which are allowed to easily digitalize all services. Main blocks in this framework is blocks about who requests the service, blocks about what kind of service is requested, blocks about how the citizen or the requester will prefer to receive the service, I mean electronically or by using delivery, receiving the service to the home. So in the half of year, we managed to digitalize 35 public services. And as I said, this increased the number of users accessing mCabinet because each result of these public services could be accessed from mCabinet. So if you request any certificate, for example, it's enough to have a device connected to internet to ask the service and receive the service in your personal cabinet, in mCabinet. As a mCabinet, FOD is integrating all digital platforms developed during these last 10, 11 years. So it is enough to have electronic signature in order to identify the requester in a platform, and then all these microservices is doing its work. mConnect provides any data requested by service provider in order to provide the services. mCabinet provides the result of these services. If the service is provided on paper, so through mDelivery, this service could be bring to the receiver home. This framework was presented and highly appreciated with the Special Service Design Prize by International Telecommunication Unit and GovStech initiative in this year, and we're proud of this. We continue to develop and hope to achieve the challenges put by the government in front of e-governance agency. It was about the present, Olga, so what is the future?
Please Yes, many thanks, Igor. Many thanks, Artur, for the presented information. Guys, please, let's applaud them for the work that has been done. Thank you. We still need the presentation here on the big screen. Thank you for that. Well, just to summarize what has been presented, we indeed consider the whole eGov ecosystem and basically also the front office digitization platform to help us to accelerate with digitalization of public services so that by the end of 2024, as already was mentioned by the Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba, to reach out the goal that we have now as a government, that 75% of all our public services will be available online. But about the future, one of other important streams of our activity is mobile development. We all use mobile phones and we all use mobile applications. So it is not anymore a trend to have mobile application for us as a government. It is already a request in order to answer to the needs and the expectations of our citizens. We will present you now shortly two of our important mobile applications that, as mentioned already, will sharpen, will mark our future development. The first one is MobiSign, and it is my pleasure to invite Artur because he is, I don't know, the parent, the architect of this application.
Do you hear me? Okay. Having less than 10% of citizens that possess electronic signature, which is the current state of affairs, is not enough. So we always searched for another way of doing the same trust delegation and without compromising security. Here where MobiSign appeared. It will be a game changer in the local digital identity. And we say that before even launching it. So I'm pleased to say to you that our current plans is to launch it this fall. So, yes. The exact date of course you'll hear about. This is why MobiSign takes so much time, because MobiSign is not only about e-governance agency. This is a service that has to be accepted and has to be understood by all the entire government. MobiSign, I will say, is truly innovative for the government of Moldova. And you will see when it will launch why I say so. So MobiSign is a mobile application, first of all, and a very complex solution outside your mobile, which you don't see. Actually, the most complex part, 80% of any mobile application, is outside your mobile. So the effort to build any mobile application is not to build a mobile application which you see and use, but actually to rework all of the backend services and data sources so that it will show you just a nice interface and be backed by the backend. And the advantage of mobile applications is the fact that you always carry on your phone. When you go to sleep, you usually put your phone behind your bed. So it's always with you. And this is why this idea, the idea that one part of your private key that you can control stays on your mobile phone is, and this possibility is what we leveraged. So MobiSign offers a passwordless and even username-less authentication. If you look at that video, the person never actually entered a PIN code or a username to authenticate. It just pressed confirm, and we leverage Face ID in this case, or fingerprint reader from a mobile phone to access the part of the private key that is kept exclusively on your mobile phone, and it is combined from the other sides of other parts of the private key, which are kept on the complex server infrastructure so that you are under control of the signature. So nobody from the government can sign without your knowledge, and vice versa. You cannot sign actually if you don't have the right to do so, because the government gave you this right during enrollment. So at the launch, MobiSign will be integrated with MPass and MSign for authentication and signature, and those services are currently have millions of transactions per month. We suppose that MobiSign launch will at least double this number of transactions in the first period of time. To use MobiSign, we leverage, you only have to have a smartphone, either iOS or Android, and an internet connection. It is not possible, compared to other solutions, to guess the PIN offline. For example, even if you have advanced access to the storage of your mobile phone. It will be free for users, free for citizens, and this will change actually how people get signatures, and this will also impact the current owners of digital signatures like public officers. It also includes, because we had a lot of time to improve it, it has defense in depth techniques such as checking that your operating system is genuine, things that are possible from 2020. So it's pretty fresh technology offered by Google, who is behind Android, and Apple for iOS. Another innovation is the fact that if you have another digital signature, you can enroll with MobiSign without going anywhere. And also, before certificate expiration, because they still have to expire, this is a future-proof technology safety measures, you can remotely, without going anywhere, to extend your digital signature. MobiSign will be available in the first phase for registration at public service agencies and consular offices all around the world the Moldova has currently open. So this is about MobiSign.
Thank you once again, Artur. This is a nice image, isn't it? It will be also a very nice application, a must-have super app, Evo app, that we plan to have on the mobile phone of every citizen of Republic of Moldova. Why we need this? Because as you saw, too many M's, too many services, too many web pages to visit. And on the other hand, we have the request from our beneficiaries that we need one single point in the end to access and to interact with our government or businesses or between us. And here, Evo app comes in. Why this will be, again, a game changer in the context of the digital transformation? Because it will bring together under one single umbrella all governmental services and functions in order to be available from the convenience of our mobile phone at really a click distance without even being required to sit at the computer. It will be a modular application, and it will enable us to have iterative development. One of the first modules that is really important is that is responsible for identity documents. Our digital wallet, where we will have all our documents that we usually had in our bulky wallets, and usually we're forgetting home them. So even if I will be requested to present my ID card somewhere and I won't have it on me, it won't be a problem because I will have it in Evo app. If I will be requested to present or to confirm my age in order to perform some specific transactions, like buying a bottle of Moldavian wine, what I highly encourage you and recommend you to do so, I will present a QR code without being requested to present a lot of personal data. So everything will be in the digital wallet. Other important modules that will help us to interact and to be active will be payments. So I will be able to make payments, search invoices, associate my account with some benefits. We will have here the functionalities from mCabinet in the mobile application, and everything will be structured in order to respond to my needs. We will have the information about public services, again, at the convenience of my phone, and I will be able to search the service that I want and to start the application from the mobile phone. We will have functionalities of smart QRs that will be also why smart, because they will understand the context that I'm acting and will direct me to that concrete action or transaction that I have to do. We will have functionalities from Empower also brought here, and many, many other functions that will help us to stay active and engaged from the convenience of our mobile phone. Needs to be mentioned that, as you saw, we are working hard as a government to increase the number of digital public services. But in the same time, we are aware of different levels of digital skills that are available in our country. And I was promising today to have a big announcement. And it is about our unified centers for public service delivery. You have maybe heard about our initiatives of piloting unified centers for public service delivery. We've been piloting it for 1 year in close partnership with local public authorities in order to ensure the sustainability. And the mission of these centers is to bring at the local level central public services. So there won't be need to visit the office of the service providers that is at the Ryan level. We will have them in our small rural community at our convenience. And what is most important is that CUPS, we abbreviate in Romanian like this, the accent is put on digital public services. So they act as local hubs for digital skills development. People coming here, they can not only find information about service, but they can use the center in order to apply for digital public service. And if people do not feel comfortable to do it on their own, they will be guided and assisted by a special trained worker that will guide them through this application process. And in 1 year of piloting, we saw the difference in the communities that had CUPS there. We saw that the people choose to come to CUPS in order to request a service, not only because it is closer, but also because there they have a better human interaction, a more citizen-centric approach. They can be guided, assisted, and they can find out more about technologies, about innovation, and about digital services. That is why, by the end of this month, we will have all over the country 100 such centers that will ensure us a national coverage with CUPS. Citizens from 100 small rural villages will have access to knowledge, to innovation, will have a place to experiment, to learn and find out more about digital services, and will be able to stay active and stay engaged. I welcome you at the e-governance agency Expo stand to find out more about the e-gov ecosystem, digital services, and to try yourself in the role of a CUPS beneficiary. I would like to also thank our partners that are constantly supporting us and that helped us to be here. I also want to thank the government for being open to innovation, to choosing the citizen-centric approach for our country. But also I want to thank my team, the pilots and co-pilots of digitalization that work hardly every day in order to bring us to a next level of digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Wow, long sessions, long half of the day, almost over. The first half, not all the day. Before we move to the next speaker, I would once again like to thank all our partners, the government of Moldova, the ICT Association, USAID, the government of Sweden, UK Aid, the German Cooperation and GIZ, the Swiss Cooperation, the e-government agency, the European Union, and the private partners like AMCHA Moldova, Moldova IT Park, Orange Moldova, GoTech, TechWall, Startup City Cahul, and EGA, the Estonian agency for e-government agency. Thank you so much. Without you, it would not have been possible. I'm sure all of you are super hungry, and in 20 minutes, we will open the doors to the cafe. Some rules before that. There should be food enough for everybody. The only thing is that you'll have to be patient because probably there will be long lines. So you can take some of the food, just wait your turn. There is coffee outside, there is some beer outside provided by our partners as well. There is an expo outside that you can visit, and there are some companies exhibiting over there, some startups. So you can wait or be around until the turn comes. Just make sure that there is enough for everybody. So we will be back in this room at 5:20, and we have one last keynote speech provided by Bogdan Putinica. I hope I mentioned the name right, who is representing Microsoft Romania. So you're speaking this way, okay? And after that, feel free to join us for the lunch, and please visit the startups that are exhibiting at the expo outside on the grass. Thank you. Bogdan, you have the word.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry to break the agenda today, but despite the previous announcement, I have 148 slides, so my presentation will be an hour and a half long, and then I will let you go to lunch. So, thank you, first of all, for being here, for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be in Moldova and in Chișinău today. And for me, it was a very inspirational day so far. I learned so many things about e-government and what everybody is doing here to bring technology in the service of the citizen, which is exactly one fundamental role that technology should have in modern world today. And I just realized I don't have a clicker. So let's hope this works. Maybe. Cool, okay. And we all are experiencing and we are living interesting times, to say the least. I think the tensions, the macroeconomics, the geopolitics, the inflation, the price raise and everything is bringing a lot of tension and a lot of challenges to every economy, to every country, and to every citizen at the end of the day. And I'm here today to share with you how technology could potentially help, could potentially make a difference, it could potentially address some of those changes. We've seen, for example, workforce diminishing because the population is getting older. We've seen increased security risks. We've seen increased resilience risks. We've seen so many things coming to today's table for the economies that I think it is fundamental that we try and we begin to adapt and to take those lessons and to try to work smarter, to try to work more efficiently, and to try to be close to the people, to the businesses and to the governments. I've seen some really great examples, and between us I wish we had the same in Romania. But maybe this is the beginning of a journey as we are starting to work together, and I know the colleagues in the Agency for Digitalization are working on joint efforts together with Romania to bring some of the knowledge that you have here in Moldova. And I hope that this will actually drive to growth and to opportunity creation. There has been a lot of conversations lately about AI, and I've been thinking before coming here, should I talk about just AI and, brief you about what we've been doing as Microsoft lately in the context of AI, or if I should just try to give a little bit of inspiration, maybe seeds of inspiration, seeds of knowledge. so that you can bring this back to your own place of work, to your own economy, to your own company, and try to put AI at work. We've seen AI becoming a very popular topic lately. It is an old topic, actually. Artificial intelligence started in 1956 with a vision to have people being able to talk to machines. And then it was followed by machine learning, by big data, by deep learning, and finally today we are seeing a maturization, if you want, of the AI technology coming in a very simple and very usable form in front of us. The generative AI, for example, that everybody's talking about, the ChatGPT. But this AI, you know, the way we use it and the way we look at it, people talk about, you know, is it dangerous? Is it going to replace jobs? Is it going to take people out of the economy? We see it as a very responsible technology at Microsoft. We are talking about responsible AI, and we have principles of ethics that are designed in the beginning into how we work, how we develop, and how we deploy this technology into the market to make it safe, to make it work for the good, and to ensure that everybody has access to it. We talk about democratizing access to technology. And the way we look at AI is as an enabler, is something that helps the people achieve their potential, increase their talent, be faster in what they're doing, be more efficient in what they're doing. We are using, probably you've seen before, mCloud. It's a beautiful technology. We talk a lot about Microsoft Cloud, Microsoft Azure. It's the foundation of AI. It's the foundation of what we do in AI today. The AI computer, if you want, it's our Microsoft Cloud. And it is the way to drive digital transformation forward. And we've been working with governments all over the world to try to help bring this technology forward, to have understanding, awareness, and practical applicability on how you put the cloud at work when you're talking about digital transformation. And we've seen a little bit of human ingenuity and a human talent boost from the AI. We're seeing a lot more conversation when we are talking about confidentiality, privacy, ownership of data. And to this we are saying Microsoft works on trust. We ensure by design that your data remains your data. We ensure by design that we don't use your data to train our AI models, which is a very interesting question we are getting from companies. You know, if I start working with you guys, will you teach ChatGPT my internal business processes? And the answer is no. That remains your property. And most importantly, we protect your data and your organization with the strength of, I think it's a market-leading cloud today. We have the majority market share with Microsoft Azure, the best and the strongest cloud available in the market. I want to share with the audience, because I know that I'm keeping you guys from lunch, but I want to share with you just 2 examples that I believe are very practical in the day-to-day work and life that we are having. And everybody knows PowerPoint. I hope you guys are using it. I'm using it a lot. And I want to see to show how AI is actually making our life easier exactly inside PowerPoint. And I hope this works. Let's see. Maybe. I hope we have sound in the back. Luckily, we have subtitles. Very interesting. This was like in the movies in the 1920s, but the fundamentals behind this is that you can actually talk to PowerPoint and give it human instructions. You know, build me a slide, drive animations, improve the content, do this, do that, in human language. And I think that's pretty cool, because the level of productivity boost that this kind of technology drives is enormous. And I guess everybody has heard about Tesla, the electric car, and the fact that, you know, those kind of cars can, you know, drive by themselves on the street and be fine and generate no accidents. The lead programmer in Tesla, the guy that wrote the code that makes the cars drive by themselves, is using an AI technology from Microsoft called Copilot. And to Olga's quote earlier, the pilots and co-pilots of technology, this is how we call our technology, Copilot. And this absolutely genius programmer reports an 80% increase in productivity by using AI in the way he writes code. So this is actually very tangible. This is not philosophy. This is not a science experiment somewhere in a lab. It is actually happening. And in order to drive this kind of adoption and to drive the better use of this technology in the day-to-day life, we talk a lot about skilling. I personally love education. I spent the past couple of days traveling and meeting with universities across the country and talking to them on how we can actually improve the level of education that is available to citizens, how we can actually help people learn the actual skills that they need in 2023, not in 1995. And I think we are seeing a beginning of this spring. The seeds are being planted. I see curricula being adopted by universities left and right. And I think this is fundamental for any country, not just Moldova, not just Romania. I think everywhere you go, you should make education a priority. And luckily, at Microsoft, this is what we are doing. The #1 strategy that we have to growing Moldova is to invest and support its education system. One thing I want to leave you guys with before I move to the next slides is the fact that we actually have an enormous amount of content available on the web. It's called Microsoft Learn. And for those of you using it, you probably enjoy the absolute universe of topics and content that is there. It's free of charge, of course, but most importantly than that, it's high quality. Those are not trainings about how to print a document in Word or how to do save as and stuff like that, and provides real learning pathways to digital skills. So I invite you all, if you have the time and energy, to go out and try it. Now, we talk a lot about technology and we talk a lot about digitalization and digital transformation. It has the tendency of sometimes becoming philosophical. You have the advantage here in Moldova to actually have digital transformation actually happening for you. I don't remember when I've seen such depth of content talking about digital services in the job and in the service of the citizen. So again, congratulations to everybody making this happen here. This is very, very important. But at the end of the day, this has to be aligned with growth. Growth comes from economics. Growth comes from the economy growing, from generating digital and economic impact for the citizens. So all those programs, I think they have to be aligned with the macro strategy of the country, put technology in the work of the citizen. And this is how I see Microsoft. We are a fantastic growth platform that has to be in the service of the countries, has to be helping the countries' growth, the citizens, the economies, the companies reach their potential. And all these tools that we have, cloud, AI, network, cybersecurity, and all that, we call that productivity tools. You know, they are working and hopefully helping you and everybody else achieve their potential. Last example, our beautiful Outlook that we use all the time to send emails has also AI built into it. And I want to show you how this works, probably without sound again, so bear with me. This is how you can actually accelerate a simple and sometimes maybe tedious task that we all have, and that is writing an email. Okay, so I think I'll do a voiceover here because this is super cool. If you're getting a long and bored email from your boss asking for a report, you know, with some data, with some graphics, with some analysis, you can actually do this on the fly, and even what's even cooler, in your phone. So this is actually, you know, how this really works. This is not a, you know, an animation. This is a real product demo. So you see a couple of clicks, a couple of interaction and connectivity, which actually for a country like Moldova, which has a lot of data digitalized and a lot, 700 plus digital services available, that actually should work beautifully. And then here you go, you know, you have the whole analysis, the whole email done in a couple of clicks, saving you probably a couple of, you know, tens of minutes of work. And this is actually what we show and why we talk about AI being in the service of human potential. AI at large could be maybe, you know, a topic that is very present. We call it a defining technology for today. We are seeing and we are experiencing the beginning of actually it's a revolution, a technical revolution. And if you remember in 1800s where the industrial revolution happened in UK and people were inventing the steam engine and so on, and later on they were talking about how you cannot drive a train more than 32 kilometers per hour because you will suffocate because of the speed of air hitting you and so on. This is the beginning of seeing what AI can do for an economy. And we see companies increasingly adopting it. We see enterprises deploying AI in one form or the other. And the numbers are impressive. These are really good numbers, really huge numbers. And we also see this actually being a valid result at the end of the day, reporting increased productivity gains, reporting increased economical impact, and so on. So I encourage you all to take a look at this. Thank you for having us today, showing a little bit about what Microsoft is doing. And congratulations again to the whole ecosystem at large for making Moldova such a digital country. Thank you.
Bogdan, inspiring. We stand with you when you say that it's about education and educating next generations. This was wow. I definitely want to use the Copilot when it's available somewhere in our region. As promised, we have lunch. Lunch is all we need now. For the next 50 minutes, we are a bit late on the agenda, but please come back at 2:20, so 50 minutes from now, and join us for the panel on partnerships for digitalization and exploring for AI and data science, chaired by Thomas Förch. We have a lot of more interesting speakers. Thank you. See you in 50 minutes.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats because we are getting started in about 2 minutes. Hello and welcome again. We are back with a new discussion panel, a new amazing discussion panel focused on partnerships for digitalization, but also exploring the AI and data science. And together with us, we actually have 3 amazing speakers and 1 amazing moderator. The moderator of this session will be Thomas Fjörk, who's the head of program GIZ Moldova. Together with us, we also have Mihailu Pașcu, who's the State Secretary within the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization. Yay! Christopher Burns, who's Chief Digital Development Officer, Director for Technology and Innovation, Technology and Research Hub at USAID, and Arturas Piliponis, EY Digital Leader for EU institutions. Welcome to all of you. We are really excited to the discussion which is upcoming due to your expertise, and not only, but I'll leave the floor to Thomas to give you more insights about this panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed panelists, welcome to this panel discussion within the Moldova Digital Summit. Today we gathered to discuss a topic of utmost importance, digital partnerships, and our distinguished panel will delve into the realm of artificial intelligence and data, exploring how strategic partnerships and collaborations can propel us towards a digitally empowered future. Together, let us today navigate the vast opportunities and also challenges that lie ahead and foster a vibrant dialogue that drives innovation and inclusive growth. And now let me pause here for a second. Because, what did you think of these opening remarks? Those who know me know that this is not necessarily my eloquent and sophisticated way of speaking. This was a cheap way of asking ChatGPT, please provide me in 75 words some opening remarks for a panel discussion within the Moldova Digital Summit, focusing on digital partnerships and on AI and data. I'm not the first one today to use ChatGPT, and I think this is only a small aspect of artificial intelligence that's already on the market, and only a tiny aspect of what is lying ahead of us. Hence, some colleagues said this morning, you have to be optimistic, you have to embrace all these changes. We know these changes are coming. I personally have to admit, I'm sometimes scared. But these changes are coming, digitalization is coming, we have to deal with it. And I think we all realize that we can't deal with them alone. We have to come together, various stakeholders from the government, from the private sector, also from the donor community and from the civil society, and we have to together decide how we try to steer them, if this is possible at all. And this we want to discuss today in this panel discussion. At the end of the discussion, we also want to provide the opportunity for the audience to ask questions. Please take this opportunity, raise your hand whenever you feel that your contribution can really add to this panel. We want to start today with our representative from the Moldovan government, with Mihail Lupashku. Mihail is the State Secretary of the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization. Mihail manages to represent both these aspects, economic development and digital development, also with his academic background. You have 2 masters, one MBA, Business Administration, but you also have a master in cybersecurity. I think this is quite a rare combination and a great asset for the ministry and for our panel today. You also spent 7 years with the French Ministry of Internal Affairs, focusing thereby on cybersecurity. We will also touch this aspect later on. It's great to have you here in the panel, and my question to you, my opening question, would really to let us know and let the panel, let the audience know, how does the Moldovan government embrace digitalization? How do you try to steer this complex undertaking, and which partnerships are thereby of relevance?
Thank you. Dear audience, I'm honored to speak today in the name of the ministry. At today's discussion, I would like to talk about our digital transformation strategy that we were working on since in the last couple of months, and we think it's getting closer and closer, very close to be in place, to be adopted by the government. So basically, I'll try to make a quick go through the strategy and discuss the key points that we think are relevant to today's panel discussion. So the strategy is basically defining the vision of the government regarding the digital transformation of the country for the next years until 2030. So it's people-centered, it's citizen-centered, and aligned with the EU agenda where we want to integrate. Can we move to the next slide? I don't have the... Sorry.
Can somebody from Technic please help us with the next slide?
So overall, the strategy is aimed at improving the people's well-being while making use of digital technology, and then in the meantime help building a strong and more resilient economy. Okay, here. Here are you can see this on the screen, the main pillars that are on which the strategy is based. We have the digital society development, we have the ICT sector that is mentioned, we have the building of resilient digital economy, improving the government system, and creating a safe and inclusive environment. I would focus only on some key elements of this list, namely with the goal of innovating and creating a digital innovative economy. Here we can, our focus is to bring all the interactions of the government with the citizens and the businesses 100% online. We want to re-engineer the processes, create new services in order to simplify the life of our businesses in this case. That's why by the end of 2030, we aim to have 100% of all G2B interactions to happen online. Another metric we would want to focus on is the adoption of the technology and the innovation in the businesses. We know that in order to create value, companies need to innovate and to adopt more technology. That's what we will be focusing on. And as a ministry, because we also have the portfolio of economy, it's really important to help the businesses to adopt this technology. We expect that the SMEs would attain a minimum level of digital intensity in the years to come. Now, moving on to the perspective of citizens, the goals are similar. We also want to have all the services that are provided to our citizens to be 100% and completely online, effortless, and avoid all the interactions with the public servants. It was mentioned before this. It helps. Everybody knows what are the benefits of having this kind of interactions. It saves time, it saves money, it helps people to focus on important things. But there's one more thing I'd really like to stress out, is that by making these services online and digital 100%, we avoid the middleman and we avoid the risk of corruption. We all agree that corruption is still one of the big problems in our economy, and in order to avoid this risk, digitization actually helps fighting corruption, and for us it's a really strong tool that we were taking into account. Having digital services is really good, and sometimes, unfortunately, sometimes it happens on paper only. We want to have this follow-up and to ensure that the adoption rate follows the services, because the government is investing resources and money, and we really want to make sure that this investigation, the resources involved are used to the fullest, and that's why we would keep an eye on the adoption rate and on the quality of the services that are provided to the citizens. And last but not least, indicator of interaction with government and the citizens is the element that we want to have all the data exchange and all the documents to happen in electronic format only. We want to avoid all the papers because it also helps to save money and cut the costs. Another deeper dive, I'd like to make another deeper dive on creation of a safe and inclusive environment. Here we can, it's worth mentioning that often having digital services is really good, and everybody agrees that it can provide a lot of benefits, but we need to recognize and be aware of the fact that by creating more services, by going more and more online, we also expose ourselves to cyber threats. That's why we are taking into account the risks and the threats that are present, and we want to make sure that everything that is put online can be trusted, it's safe and secure. In this regard, the government approved recently a law that paves the way towards the creation of a new body, a new governmental body that would be in charge of cybersecurity at the national level. Because nowadays we have one body that is responsible of the cybersecurity of the government only, but we need to have a wider perspective and create this new entity that would have to take into account all the economy and all the actors that is present online, and have this common framework and a common vision on the cybersecurity matter. Another element in this regard would be the uniformization. It's one thing to create digital systems and solutions that might respond to the need at a certain point in time, but we need to make sure that the money we invest into creating these systems and afterwards the systems can be interconnected with the ecosystem, and all the data could be reused and accessible by other institutions. As was mentioned before, it happens way too often when different institutions are asking for the same data, where one institution is asking for the data that is provided by another government body. We need to avoid this kind of situation, and that's why in this regard we'll be thinking and re-engineering the services provided by the government in a way that the government should ask only for the information it doesn't have, and all the other data that it can reuse from other data sources from the government, it should happen like this. So the strategy, this document would serve as a cornerstone for the digital transformation journey of the Republic of Moldova. It would be further used in order to create sectorial projects, sectorial programs that would specify or go deeper into each pillar of the strategy. And as mentioned at the beginning, we plan to adopt it pretty soon. I know it took some time, but we are almost there. And with this, I want to take the opportunity to thank all the partners who were involved in and who helped with developing and putting this strategy on paper. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mihai. I think the audience just applauded not only your presentation, but also these very ambitious goals of the Moldovan government. You ended your input by mentioning the importance of the various partners involved. Please allow me to briefly follow up on this. What are here the key partners for the government to make this strategy work? For example, which role does the private sector have? Where do the civil society and the universities come into play?
Yeah, definitely. The strategy is just the beginning of the journey. We would need, we see it actually, the implementation as a shared responsibility. And we want to ask, we want all the stakeholders to get involved into and help bring this strategy or the elements that it's providing to bring them to life, because we definitely need the help of private sectors. They are the ones who innovate the most. We need to have their on board. We need to have the civil society in order to help us and to provide this constant feedback loop on the services and the quality of the services that are provided by the government. So definitely we need to take this journey need to be be done together with all the stakeholders in order to make it happen.
Thank you very much, and all the best of success in the steps to come. I would like to continue. Victor, if I can ask you to put the question a little bit to the end. I will not forget you. I would like to move on to the next panelist, to Arturas Piliponis. Arturas is a partner with Ernst & Young, one of the big 5 management consulting companies, and you are leading the digital services unit. You have a vast experience in managing complex digital transformation process and with a special focus also on e-government, on working with national authorities and institutions. You're also heading the EU for Digital Facility program, where you're providing assistance to various countries in the Eastern Partnership region. Hence, you know not only the topic, but also the region very well. It's great to have you here on the panel. Moldova is on the trajectory of joining a very specific partnership. Moldova was granted candidate status of the European Union. This is a partnership with its very specific rule set, processes, and institutions. If I may focus on your experience in advising various other countries and governments on this process, where do you see the key challenges in this specific partnership and on the process to joining this partnership, especially in the area of digitalization, AI, and data governance?
Thank you for the questions, and hello everyone. And I'd like to start my intervention from congratulations to organizers of this wonderful event. There's a very good energy and vibe in all the sessions in this place. So, I'm not actually an expert in making countries to access EU, so I will not elaborate too much on that. It's probably the Commission role to do that. But yes, I worked across number of geographies and governments, and I've in the companies, both telcos, banking, energy. So there are some insights to share, and some things are universal. And because we have a topic of data and AI, I'd like to start from the topic of data. Why? Because it's a basic for everything. We can forget AI if we don't have a data. You know, there is a saying, what you put in, this is what you get out. And making the data accurate, full, accessible, secure is the key priority. Is the key priority of any government organization. And you know, there is some kind of, I don't know if it's formal, but maturity model of where we stand with the data in the organizations or government. You can see the data as necessary evil, as a part of the process, just being there. You can see it as a mean to an end of whatever you do. You can see it as a thing critical for business to do business, or the institution to do government services, or you can see it as a business itself, data as a business. So the question would be for all of you to think, while I'll be talking, where you stand as organization, as institution, in this maturity model. Yeah? And not only you as CEOs or heads of agencies or ministries, but your team, your people, where you stand. And here, talking about the data, I'd like to bring a few examples from Europe. And one of them would be the trend that I see, that European institutions more and more getting the point of having the data management governance right and putting data analytic solutions in place. And I see a number of projects, be it in agriculture area or in a finance area, where the big data platforms are put, analytical platforms are put, or the data models are put in place, not just on institution level, but across sector and across institutions. And here, one of the topics which starts being relevant to Moldova as well is data spaces. I'm sure you have heard of this term, data spaces, because EU has realized that doesn't matter that it's one region, that there is close cooperation, the data is not used so much as one would expect. Therefore, the concept of data spaces in the health, in environment, in financial, in energy was born and currently is being put in place. What does that mean? What does that mean for the specific member states or for Moldova in the future? It means that you have to have your data as a basic done right. So you have to have the data, you need to know your data, you need to know information, metadata about data, and you need to govern and manage it right to be part of these processes. And that's very, very important. And today I was listening to wonderful presentations about the app and the services, and to be frank, they will not work if data will not be right, or the people will not have it. Just imagine someone with a health issue coming to the hospital using the app and it doesn't work because the data is not there, it's wrong. So it's nice to have service, but it should work as expected. And the basis is data. Yeah? And here to share one more example, some time ago, not so long ago, we had a project in Estonia as a company, as EY. The project was called Data Governance Project, and usually when we think about Estonia, we think everything is perfect there. That's the assumption many people have. And we did analysis of the institutions, which standards they apply, how they apply, and apparently there's lots of room of improvement. In any organization, there's lots of room of improvement. And if you think that it's not applicable to you to put the data in the right shape, I could bet you are wrong. No matter whether it's telecom, or it's a bank, or it's an institution. That's why taking it seriously, catalogizing it, describing it, knowing who is the owner, who is the steward, how you run it, is of a critical importance. So that's on data, a few points. Now on AI. It's a very fast developing process. I think ChatGPT appeared not so long ago, and now we take it as business as usual. In March alone, more than 1,000 AI applications were developed. And some researchers say that this latest wave of AI significantly will impact more than 300 million jobs, both positively and negatively. Yeah? And this week, European Parliament approved AI Act. Of course, it doesn't mean it's in the final shape, but the Parliament approved to start negotiation with the member states and alignment to go forward. And this is very, very important development, very important. So what does it say? It says few things. It says that you cannot do whatever you want with AI. You need to respect fundamental rights and values. Values and rights of transparency, of security, of care for the social, health, environmental well-being, and many others. Yeah? It means that the applications like ChatGPT will have to disclose that when they produce the result that is AI generated. It means that they will have to provide the sources and references if they used for it, yeah? Not just anything. It means that certain use cases will be forbidden, like using biometric data to do the monitoring of the people, real-time monitoring, or it will be forbidden to use for the emotions tracking, be it at the border crossing, or at the law enforcement, or at an education, or at the workplace, yeah? And a number of other restrictions. Anything that will go out will have to be checked in the sandboxes of member states and then registered in a new database. So there are quite a number of obligations for those who will want to put AI to life. Now, looking at the impact of AI and specifically ChatGPT, what does it bring? Of course, it's a wonderful tool. I'm sure most of you have tried and used it, but we have to do it with care, and we need to think, what does that mean for us as a governments, as a companies? Simple example. Now, when you finish university, you become an intern, you start the job, what do? You do the basic stuff. You learn. Over years, you grow, you become an expert. Now, some people say you can do a 9-week coding in 2 days. You can do a report writing, which may take a number of days, in a half day. What does that mean? That means that a lot of efforts which were done by the junior roles, compiling emails, drafting emails, doing the basics, they are not needed because AI replaces this. But then, and then what is needed is the expertise. Because when AI gives you the result, you need to understand whether it's good or bad and how to improve it. So we need experts, not juniors. And how people, juniors, will become experts if they are not going through this learning, failing, succeeding cycle. And then it makes you think about what should be the structure of personnel, how these youngsters should go and become experts. Yeah? And another example from I'm 25 years in this business, in consulting business, so I've seen many situations. And I could say that when I started, if you had mediocre person, colleague, and very talented one, the talented probably could do 3 times more than the mediocre. Later, with the development of tools, maybe talented one could do 5 times more. Now, the talented one probably can do 100 times more, if not more, than the mediocre person. And that's, again, gives some food for thinking. And in addition, I mentioned AI Act and the laws and regulations, but laws and regulations are for the people or organizations who follow them. Yes? Currently, there are people and organizations who do not follow, especially if they are outside your country. Yeah? And in the internet age, we cannot control the border so well. So how we make sure that we control whatever is happening is done by those who do not follow the rules, and especially outside. And again, this is the question to the police or the security center. What capabilities you need to put in place to be able to manage this rather big development? So these are a few thoughts. And on the topic of partnership, I think partnership is everywhere, where you are in one company or across the organization. But these AI solutions are appearing as mushrooms everywhere. We don't know where the next Google will appear. Yeah? So, and then it could be one-man show as a partner, very talented one with good idea, good solution incoming. So it actually makes institutions and companies think how to capture this opportunity of accessing to these diamonds which might be appearing anywhere. We don't know where. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Arturas. You touched the topics of a certain bias in the profits of AI, meaning that talented people will profit more from artificial intelligence. They can increase their efficiency more than people who don't have the same skill set, education, or access to technology. And with this, I would like to move on to our next panelist. Next to me is sitting Christopher Burns. Christopher, it's great to have you here in Moldova. You're working with USAID, and you are, I had to write it down to say it correctly, the Chief Digital Development Officer and the Director for Technology. And in this work with a development partner, a very big development partner, I'm sure you have come across this topic of a digital divide, benefits from digitalization, leave no one behind, inclusive development, quite a lot. I would be very much interested to learn from you what is USAID's approach. How can we make really sure that in the digital development we are not forgetting about certain parts of the population? May it be in rural areas. I heard you also visited not only Chișinău but also the north and the south already in the last days. How can we make sure we mentioned the elderly people who are struggling in Latvia, how to use the mobile phone and get support? Or, very simple, look at us four here on the panel. Do you realize something? Yeah, it's a medal, yeah? It's 4 middle-aged men, not very diverse. I don't know, maybe you can also answer that.
Thanks, Thomas. Good afternoon, everyone. If I can first begin by saying on behalf of USAID and the US government how proud we are to be such an active partner in Moldova's very real digital transformation. And that includes a partner in the Moldova Digital Summit as well. So I want to extend congratulations to all of the organizers and my appreciation for inviting us to be a part of this today. And you had wanted me to also note what it means to have the really long title that I have and what that means to development. And beyond it being just an absolute honor and joy and privilege, I'll just note that USAID is in many countries around the world. We are operating in all sectors. You could argue that international development as a discipline has been around for 80 years. And we've noted that in today's digital age, it doesn't matter what sector you're working. It could be in agriculture, it could be economic growth, public health, education, democracy strengthening, many sectors that USAID works in and here in Moldova, and any geographies around the world, because of course we're in Africa, Latin America, Asia, Central Asia as well, that we can no longer be successful in meeting our development and humanitarian assistance objectives if we aren't taking full advantage of the role that digital technologies play and making sure that we do it in a very responsible manner. And for USAID, that means a great number of things, but one of the things it means, and I noted that David at the end of this keynote ended on his fifth learning from his book, was the power of ecosystems. And for USAID, our unit of engagement is a country's digital ecosystem. It's very complex, very dynamic, intertwined, might be intimidating at times, quickly evolving. This is one audience where I can actually talk about the intricacies of a digital ecosystem, and I hope that I don't lose everyone, but we're talking for everything from connectivity to affordability of services, digital literacy, rights and governance, how citizens engage online, making sure that the media is free and can operate to advance what people want to hear. And then, of course, the very dynamic digital economy itself. What does that all mean? And I'll just note three things. One is the reason why we engage in a country's digital ecosystem. Oh, and I should note that we did a digital ecosystem country assessment of Moldova, which we released in November this past year, that identified the opportunities and the risks and what we do to make sure that we are maximizing those opportunities and minimizing those risks. And we do that, again, for three reasons. One is in recognition that because a digital ecosystem is so complex, there's not one organization that can do it all and that should do it all. And so later on, I'll talk a little bit about comparative and competitive advantages and what that means for the power of partnerships. But we do want to reflect and understand that because of that dynamism, it can't just be one entity doing it all. The second reason is also in recognition that in a lot of our work, a lot of people focus on the consumer-facing product, right? What's that app that is going to provide the service to citizens or to the private sector in service of citizens, et cetera? And we know that it's much more complicated than that app. We know that there's a whole underpinning of digital infrastructure that is required to make that app flourish. We talk a lot about, for example, digital public infrastructure, which, of course, as was noted this morning, Estonia has done very well. Ukraine has done very well. We talk about the reusable digital building blocks of payments, identity, data interoperability, and of course cybersecurity, and why those are so critical to allow a country like Moldova to not just transform digitally, but to accelerate that digital transformation. And in the absence of those, you just have an app. One of the reasons that DIA has been so successful in Ukraine, and I should note, USAID has been supporting DIA for about 6 years now, even before DIA existed, in standing up their Ministry of Digital Transformation, is this recognition that Ukraine has a lot of drivers in place that allow a DIA app to flourish. A very highly digitally literate population, an incredibly vibrant IT sector, a lot of redundancy built in internet service providers, and this recognition that cybersecurity needs to be introduced in the beginning and strengthened throughout the delivery of a service. And now that DIA has over 120 services, some of which have been adopted in times of war, that we are continuing to contribute to, we can see the power of that digital resiliency. And a lot of folks are talking about that. And I think you could see today, a lot of folks are talking about how we can bring that to Moldova as well, an expansion of what has been this country's digital transformation journey, not just in EVO as an app, but those digital public infrastructure that underpins and allows those services to flourish. And then the third piece to why we invest in this digital ecosystem really gets to this idea of inclusive development. In recognition that it's not just the fact that there is incredible digital divides around the world, and unfortunately, what we've seen in the pandemic, that some digital divides have exacerbated because we learned that countries that were well positioned to digitize overnight when we all started hanging out at home did so well, and others that weren't well positioned didn't. And so beyond closing those digital divides, including the very real and unfortunately growing in some countries gender digital divide, and yes, I have to recognize, unfortunately we are Mantle, but I know that there are an incredible number of very dynamic, powerful, inspirational women in this room who work on digital technology that could very easily replace us, and I hope that happens next year. But even beyond the gender digital divide and acknowledging the power of digital technologies for men and women, for rural and urban, as you mentioned, for poor and rich, that if we do not provide and bring an intentionality to our work, if instead we let the status quo flourish and we just hang back and say, digital's gonna happen, no need to mess with it, we are going to see increased digital divides, and we're gonna see exclusive development. And so we really have to bring that intentionality to our work and help our partners, wherever they come from, recognize and acknowledge what it means to foster services for all, right? It was great to hear the Deputy Prime Minister talk about digital inclusion in your remarks. And Mahal, you just brought up in the new strategy for digital transformation, this inclusive element. And the reason for that is it's not for all Moldovans. This is for, it's not for just some Moldovans, it's for all Moldovans in every sector around the country and around the diaspora. And we talk about building a borderless future. Let's make sure that we're building an inclusive borderless future, because that's what's going to bring the power of digital technologies into everything we do. And as donors, we want to make sure that we bring that into all of our work as well.
Thank you very much. You know, my remark on this male panel, I could only do it because I know that at least in Moldova, the ICT sector is very much driven by very powerful women. If you have a look in the drivers of the ecosystem, of the industries, I would dare to say it's female dominated, and hence let us give us an applause to all the strong women in the Moldovan ICT sector. We have finished our first rounds of inputs, and I see in the first row already a very nervous man, very eager to ask a question. Please, Victor, the floor is yours.
Dankeschön. Thank you, Mihai, for spelling out the spirit of the reform, and namely making the resources used to the fullest, or making the best use of the limited resources. And I'm going to ask you exactly the same question I've asked earlier today your boss. Oh, he was here. Hope he comes back. And the question is very simple. When is it that the government will start trusting more the private sector? And there was a call for it from the distinguished moderator, Mr. Ferch. And that is exactly in the spirit laid out by Mr. Burns, who said use and reuse the building blocks. And to put it better in context, what I mean, I'll give you an example. We have several electronic signatures in Moldova, and I see that we are going for another iteration, another app. Even though the private sector, namely the banks, are putting up two-factor authentication, and to put it in an international context, what happened in Sweden, for instance, when they implemented Bank ID, it was a bank-driven signature, the number of public electronic services exploded from 400 to 1,000. And I have the feeling that here in Moldova, we put yet another public service on top. We use a few more millions of public funds instead of acting exactly in the spirit that you laid out. Make the best use of resources, and in the spirit that Chris put it as use and reuse the building blocks available to us. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the question, Victor. And we have right now also the possibility to collect some more questions in case we have any further questions here in the audience. So please, if you do have any questions, raise your hands. We will bring a microphone to you. While you're still thinking, I would like to add one more question, very much related to Victor's question. Victor's basically asking, when does the government start trusting the private sector, use private sector solution, building blocks, use of efficient resources? My follow-up question would be, what can actually a government do that the citizens trust the government? This comes back to the point of Arturas with data integrity. Some citizens might be very reluctant to provide information to the government. They don't trust the government, what the government is doing with those information. So it's the flip side of the coin a little bit. How can we deal with this dichotomy? You don't have to answer all the questions, but I also invite, of course, Christopher and Arturas to also jump in and share your view on this matter. But before you come to the question, we have one more brave member of the audience, two more, and then we have to close because then we are running out of time for the panelists to answer the lovely questions.
My name is Manisha Aryal. I'm from Chemonics, digital lead. My question is, you seem to have done so much in the region. And, for countries that are just starting out in their digital transformation journey, where would you recommend the one place to start? Where do you begin? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We have one more question, then we have to close this round of questions and hand over to the panelists.
Thank you. I'm Surem from Digital Armenia, and my question is related to the digital economy and AI. I'd like to know opinion of our distinguished panelists about whether the state has need to invest in the field of digital economy and AI, because when we are talking about digital governments, it is the role of and responsibility of the state. When we are talking about digital society, it also can be considered as a responsibility of the state. But when we are talking about digital economy and AI, is it responsibility of private business to invest in this area, or state need to invest in this area also? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I promised Marina that we finish on time, and I want to keep my promise, otherwise she will be angry with me. So we have 5 minutes, and I would like to suggest we go panelist by panelist, and please try to limit your answer to 2 minutes, and please also highlight to which of the questions you are answering.
Okay, I'll start with the question from Victor. Our view is that, our opinion is that this trust should be mutual, and we see no reason why there is no or there should be no trust. But the trust also comes with we need to provide the right tools in order to provide accountability and transparency in order to build trust. Maybe it wasn't the same approach throughout the years, but from our point of view, the way to go would be to build a transparent government, and in this way, citizens and the private sector can trust if there's a clear, transparent way of doing things. Do you want to follow up with the next question? Because could you just remind me the...
Please go ahead. If you feel free to answer one of the further questions,
or I'll just leave the floor to my colleagues not to take too much time.
All right, thank you.
I can go next. I will take the question where to begin. And I saw you have a strategy. So you know where you want to be. So that would be the first thing to do, to identify where you want to go. So, but you have it, so that's not the point. Let me share a bit strange story, but maybe it fits into the context. You know, you remember maybe about some disturbances in Catalonia, and some years back when they were fighting for independence, and there was one interesting article which explained the difference between violence and use of power. And do you know the difference? And you know, when the disturbances started, there was a lot of beating, shooting, kind of not nice behavior from those who try to manage the crowd. And this was a violence. Yeah? And the use of power is different in a way that when you have the task to address, you put enough resources, competent resources, that you don't need to go into the violence. That's the difference. Yeah? And when you are short of resources, short of competent people, short of the method how you do things, then violence happens. And in the digital projects term, violence is over the budget, not delivered, not happy citizens, etc. This is a violence. So my advice, seeing many organizations and countries, would be when you have a strategy, put the right implementation team in place. And don't forget to focus on the change management. Sometimes when the governments think about investment, they think about the IT system, the hardware, maybe security, but the big chunk, significant chunk of an efforts should go into changing people, because success of this strategy will depend whether you will be able to change the people who have to adopt everything you do, including the citizens. Because the fact that you will put fantastic app to market doesn't mean it will be used. So.
Great. Well, in all fairness to everyone who posed a question, I'll take the last one on AI. Recognizing that this digital summit is trying to do a great number of things. We're trying to embrace where Moldova is right now, and we've had the wonderful opportunity the last couple of days to tour around, to be with our partners in Commodics, to be with our government counterparts, looking at what's happening in the creative industries, in the wine industry, in skill building and education, in e-governance and cybersecurity. But also the summit's trying to look at the future, right? And that's why we are talking a lot about AI. And I'll capture the AI component the same way I captured what we're doing in the digital ecosystem. And that is to say, we know that there's going to be profound changes in everything we do, both in our personal lives and in our professional lives. We also know that the impact of AI is not just going to be for people who are navigating an online world. There are going to be fundamental challenges and components to what happens in someone's offline world as well, based on how products and services are designed, or based on how we're having conversations one-on-one and the type of information we get and how much we can trust that. if we are intentional, if we are saying and acknowledging that AI right now doesn't just happen, that again, we have to lean in, and we are doing this in some of our investments around the world, to drive ethics in how algorithms are developed, to reduce biases in those who are coding, to ensure that when women are looking for new jobs, that the resumes that are being scanned by AI are not biased against women because it's been historically in some cultures more men looking for jobs, or what that means for access to financial services and credit scoring and loans. We want to bring everyone on board, and we have to minimize those biases in order to do that. So bring in the ethics intentionally, holistically, deliberately. Make sure that we are advocating for the responsible use of artificial intelligence and ensuring, again, that we are leaving no one behind by bringing all walks of life into what will be very profound opportunities in AI. That's how we're going to move on to the next phase and ensure that we are not being exclusive but inclusive.
Thank you very much. I would like to conclude this panel by really thanking all the panelists for this very interesting ride through the government's digital transformation strategy, to the importance of the integrity of data, the current trends in the regulation of AI, and also to this need for intentional intervention for inclusive development. Please join me for hands of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, Thomas, for moderating. We are so pleased to have you here. All of you, Christopher, Arturas, Mihai, all of you have brought a lot of precious words to the summit, and not only to the summit. We continue with 3 keynote speakers, and the first one to go will be Adrian Matei. We will have just a short video, if I may say it, behind, in order to make sure that we prepare the stage as well. But Adrian Matei from Orange, who's also the partner to the event, will talk about AI. So we want to see how Orange is exploring AI, not only here in Moldova, but Orange as a group. We also want to understand more details about practicalities, because now private sector actually will discuss about this, and basically we will answer to that last question of the panel.
I'm especially blown away always by 3D holograms. I think they're fantastic, and I've learned all sorts of interesting things, and I think it's got a real buzz. It's really great.
It's wonderful. There's a lot of booths, and with a lot of technology companies actually in one place.
People have to understand these technologies, and to the extent that GoTech World is bringing large numbers of people to come and listen to speakers who are then educating them about these technologies.
It was great to see so many peers, and it was not only about one specific topic, but it was about robotic, NFTs, metaverse, e-commerce, so very broad, and that was extremely insightful.
This is something that should continue on a regular basis.
And the people here are super nice, and I met a lot of smart people that made some incredible questions after my keynote. So come to Bucharest and come to GoTech World.
now we're back. The stage is ready for you, Adran. Adran Matei, Data, AI, and Enterprise Digital Solutions Director at Orange. So the floor is to you. We are excited to see your presentation.
Is the mic on? Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor and a privilege, and I want to thank our wonderful hosts for the opportunity to speak at this event. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you, our distinguished guests and audience. I have a confession to make. It's my first time here in Moldova, in Chișinău, and I'm really amazed to see and to discover the depth of the technology adoption and the maturity in which digital transformation has evolved. And how far you've come along in terms of public services. And I think we have a lot to learn here, and probably even more sharing between the two countries is something I would like to see in the future. Today I'm going to talk a bit about how we view digital transformation from a telco standpoint. So we are a telecom communications company, and how we leverage technology to supercharge human intelligence and to drive innovation. And we believe that at the core of the technology part, we have cloud, data, and AI. So on one hand, we will look a bit on what digital transformation actually looks like from a telco standpoint, and then we'll jump right into some of the use cases that we are doing today within Orange. If we think about digital transformation from a global standpoint, there are actually a few pillars I wanted to highlight. One of it is clearly technology. It is not just because we are a telecommunication company and we rely a lot on technology, but this is the driver for innovation and when it comes to digitalization. Then it's how we deliver value to our customers. This is the second, I would say, core element. And in doing so, how we engage our organization and how we transform from a cultural standpoint, changing the status quo and everything. It's about reshaping the operations and doing that in an agile way. And here we believe that when it comes to data and AI, it's a lot about decision making. And the future of data and AI is actually about decision intelligence, and this plays a key part in this ecosystem. So, flavoring it into the telco world, obviously we talk about connectivity and accessibility. We talk about inclusion and digital divide. But it's still a lot about the human aspect, because in order to drive economic growth, you need to create jobs, you need to educate society, you need to play an important part here. And I think that this is one of the areas where Orange has a clear word to say. Then we have some specific flavors. One is about privacy. That is very, very important. We need to comply with regulation, but we need to do it by design, and by adopting this, we actually ensure that the public trusts us. And then it's about, of course, focus on sustainability, and at Orange, we have a net zero neutrality ambition for 2040. And this all somehow flows into our corporate purpose, where we say that at Orange, as a trusted partner, we give everybody the keys to a responsible digital world. And this is a lot about sustainability. It's a lot about the trust and all these elements that we were discussing before. It's about accessibility. And this somehow, all of this, as a corporate purpose, has flown into our strategy. And in Romania, the strategy is very simple. It looks like a house. And then we have the pillars, which is technology pillars. And I would say in one of the rooms of these houses, you find digital and data, powering digital and data. And we pride ourselves in believing that our role inside the organization is to empower people to make educated business decisions. Now, in order to do so, there are actually three ways in which we embrace this. One is cloud and cloud digital enablers. The second one is about democratizing access to data. I know this is a fancy concept, but we actually believe in it. And this is the foundation of the pyramid, because at the end of the day, the last pillar is embedded AI at scale. If you want to scale up AI, you actually need a solid foundation. It's like If you want to go in a train de grande vitesse like we have in France, you can't do that if your railroad is, I don't know, is capped at 30 miles per hour. So we believe that cloud is a fundamental element in actually enabling AI at scale. There is another one which is not listed here, and it's called intelligent process automation. And usually we're not displaying this. And we had some discussion in the interventions before about people being afraid to lose their jobs with automation and with when AI kicks in. We actually believe that AI is not here to, let's say, replace us, but it's actually here to augment human intelligence. It's actually giving us the possibility to focus on the creativity part of the work that we need to do, and to become the best that we can actually be. And this one, if you break it down even more, when we use cloud data and AI as a technological standpoint, we talk about access to information, having this notion of accessing data as a marketplace. Then we talk about automation of routine tasks, focusing more on the creative part, decision making, and we all know that AI brings the benefit of, and analytics, the benefits of looking retrospectively in terms of insights, but also in the future with the predictive capabilities that are to come. Driving innovation is a lot about the products and services that we can actually build, but still, at the end of the day, we fall back to the human components, which are about learning, communication, collaboration, and understanding complexity of systems. By no means can we understand the complexity of the systems without having all these tools at our hand. So, in a nutshell, we think that the human is here to stay, and human is here to use technology to the benefit of society. So now, jumping to what we are doing at Orange, because this has somehow been translated into our, I would say, core strategy at Orange, which is a lot about the elements that you heard before. On one hand, it's cloud, unification, bringing all the data in a single place and having the scale-up capability on top of that. Automation, we already talked about that. And then it's about bringing the business into actually creating and developing these use cases. And this is via the marketplace that we were discussing before. Still, we shouldn't forget about the fact that access to data should be done in a governed and federated way. It's not a chaos, it's not a jungle there. We need to do it very healthy, and we need to observe clear rules in order to make it responsible and ethical. And then, jumping straight into the first, I would say, use case, or the first practical step that we took in this journey, it's about cloud. So cloud has been, I would say, we started this journey in 2021 with a partner of ours, a hyperscaler. It's no secret, Google is this partner. Da? Nu, în microfon nu se aude nici în ăsta. Nu? E în sus, e pornit, dar nu e... Nu e nici ăsta, nici...
Nu se aude. Nu se aude. Nu se aude.
When you rely on technology... Nu cred că poți să țipi să acoperi toată sala, dar...
Acum nu se aude.
Okay. Is it better? Se aude?
Se aude.
Okay. Has also been a learning journey because in order to do a successful implementation, you have to have the right partner, you have to have a proper program design, and this involves setting up the right framework, the right foundation. You have to train your organization and bring it on board, and you have to experiment a lot with it. This is some of the key success factors of everything that helped this whole program. We also have a lot to do now because once you migrate the data, you still need to bring the business on board. You still need to build literacy capabilities and self-service capabilities, and you need to master costs. And this is not an easy topic because I doubt you're going to find an organization where you actually run a cloud migration business case that is flying from day one. This is a long-term investment that you need to make, and it's an investment that it has its own risks when it comes to cloud costs. Next one, the program for AI at scale. We believe in Orange that every job, every network, every customer interaction should be superpowered by AI, by an AI which is responsible, because there are a lot of ways to actually drive the transformation in an unhealthy manner. And this program for Orange, it has its own set of pillars. One is AI for customers, and here we're talking about all the initiatives that require personalization, contextualization, and I would say self-service adaptation. We talk about AI for our networks, the programs where we go into zero-touch operations to make sure that our networks are always on, that they are self-healing and everything. Then we talk about AI for our employees, and this is a lot about building skills and literacy within the organization. And last but not least, AI for operations. Processes and redesigning everything, embracing simplicity. And this, I think, it's putting together the whole spectrum of initiatives that we are doing on AI. This needs to build up on a solid foundation. And when we say solid foundation, okay, on one hand we have cloud, but on top of that, we also need to have a full set of agile services to run the operations, be it from FinOps, GovOps, so financial management, governance, security, pipelining for AI, everything that comes with that. We need to do it in a, let's say, federated way, in a responsible, sustainable, and ethical way, because this is how we want to run AI in Orange. And we have a set of cool use cases. You see it in the top part of the picture. And the latest, I would say, thing that was coming up even in the presentations before and in the keynote of Mr. Rowan is generative AI, which is an important topic, being that it's seen as kind of an iPhone moment for us. Concretely, one of the projects that we are running is this one. It's called Next Best Recommendation, and here we are feeding all the data into a single data lake. We are building a customer view, a 360 view, and this one then it's flowing to an intelligent decisioning platform and providing near real-time recommendation to our customer. This is a full framework, and it involves a lot of, I would say, prerequisites, but this is kind of how we see customer value management becoming a reality. It has different names in different areas. Some call it NBO, some call it NBA, next best offer, next best action, but it's a complex framework. And in fact, it has a few key success factors that you need to take into account. One of it is for sure the fact that you need to have your data ecosystem unified in order to make it successful. You need to build up an agile pipeline of use cases. The models themselves, the AI part itself is I would say, very standard, very old school. We're not talking about generative AI yet in this kind of implementations, but we have a lot of propensity models that need to feed into this recommender engine. Then we have the core intelligent decisioning, which is moving from, I would say, standard business rules into something which is a bit more predictive. And last but not least, you have the channel strategy and how do you make this into a success story. Because you can pilot a lot of use cases in an organization. If you don't have the feedback loop, and the way to operationalize it is dead from the beginning. So this is how we do it. And in terms of AI use cases, we're plugging in a lot of the standard stuff related to mix of offers, customer segments depending on different profiles, churn management, upselling, cross-selling, and all this kind of stuff. This is all feeding into the recommendation engine. Next one on network and operations. One of the use cases that we are running in Orange relates to zero-touch operations. And it's a way to automate, let's say, predictive network maintenance and to rely on the capabilities of anomaly detection using time series and other such algorithms in order to predict network failures and to treat them proactively. So our core use case was on VoLTE, so voice over 4G, voice over IMS, with automated root cause analysis. And we were doing that in a manual kind of way before, in a reactive kind of process. And now this has become, let's say a flagship implementation, because it's not just bringing, let's say, the automation of the process and the operations. It's bringing a complete, I would say, end-to-end AI framework to deliver future use cases on the network and operations side. On the employees side, what we are doing is we're structuring this literacy program, which relies on the 4 pillars you are seeing here. One is culture and engagement. The other one is clearly learning and development, because we need to build the skills of the future. Responsibility and ethics still plays an important part in all of this, and sustainability is also a key element, especially in the long run. This is kind of the principles that we are adopting when we want to build internal capabilities for our employees. Cool. And the moment or let's say the technology that everybody's talking about, it has to do with generative AI. And LLMs. LLM stands for large language models, and this is, as you know, these technologies are basically subsets of artificial intelligence, and they leverage a bit on the transformer architecture that was, let's say, proposed by Google like 6 or 7 years ago in 2017, and then. But as this is a hype, it comes with its pluses and its minuses. There are obviously opportunities to transform the organization, to drive new insights, to automate a lot of things, and if you put that natural language interface in front of a cool knowledge base, then it gives you a lot of capabilities inside the organization. And it's definitely one of those moments, those iPhone moments, and I think this is what our group CEO, Crystal, was also discussing at Viva Tech and positioning it as such some few moments before. Then what we need to be aware of is that generative AI comes with risks, and here there is an important let's say, element that we need to account for when we start to implement it on a large scale. And it's particularly of interest to us, since we've taken this role to, let's say, to engage the society and to be a flagship in terms of implementation. So let's say that generative AI, it's still more of a black box kind of thing, and it has a lot of risks attached to that related to bias, and for the European Union, it's especially tricky because it's still flowing data to outside of Europe if you don't run it on a standard enterprise instance. There are a lot of biases, hallucinations, and other risks to be mitigated, and obviously, if you start to run personal data or IP data inside these large language models in an uncontrolled way, you might get to a stage where you need to, let's say, stop. Now, there are a lot of players here, and you know about OpenAI. OpenAI is about ChatGPT. We have Google, who's advancing as well on this. You have Meta, which has just let's say, announced that they are open sourcing their large language models, the Llama part. Amazon is also working on the open source side with Bedrock, Hugging Face, and some other players. And you see, this is the evolutionary tree of these models, which is showing that in a couple of years, it's like the whole technology is booming, and this is why we see all these applications that are coming up on top of that. Now, from an Orange standpoint, what we are doing is we are approaching this in a trying to approach this in a responsible way. And actually, this means 5 things for us. On one hand, it's about enterprise instances, running the data, let's say, in a relatively controlled ecosystem. On the other hand, you need to have the proper contractual framework. I know everybody's talking ChatGPT. You pay $20 today for a GPT-4 access. Okay, that's still a public service. It's not enterprise grade, and nobody's yet asking you what you're doing with that data. But when you go enterprise, you need to have the proper framework in place. It's about how we diffuse this technology to our customers. So what we say is that we need to experiment first inside the organization with use cases and then go to the end customer with it. And then it's about how we use open source and other distillation alternatives, because just imagine to train such a model like ChatGPT, you're spending like hundreds of millions in terms of resources and infrastructure and consuming a lot of, I would say, natural resources behind that. So it's obviously not a sustainable approach to scaling AI. And in the process, you're actually making some of, let's say, the core technology owners like NVIDIA rich. So in a way, we need to balance large models with more distilled specific models and to educate on that. So what we are doing in terms of use cases, we are running actually 4 priorities. One is contact center. This is one of the core elements we're looking at. Second one is assisted software programming, because, by the way, there is a Gartner prediction which states that by 2026, up to 50% of the total, I would say, software development efforts will be optimized by 50%. So we're looking at that in terms of both IT and data and AI. Then personalized content generation, and there are a lot of use cases here when it comes to generating images, branding, videos, emails, and so on. And last one, it's the natural language interface, which comes on top of knowledge bases. And I think this is, I would say, a rather standard use case. But just imagine if you have your data in a single place in the data lake, if you are able to put a natural interface or a chat interface on top of that, and you give the business access to interact with that NLU interface and generate the queries behind that automatically, you're actually democratizing access to data in a very simplistic way. So, last point I wanted to touch on, because we're out of time, I think. It's about one of the use cases that we are running on that one. This is about call center analytics. It's still call center analytics. It's not about call center AI yet, because this is one of the areas where we are actually taking volumes of calls, doing speech to text, then feeding it into a large language model, and doing all sorts of things on top of that, like summarization, sentiment analysis. This is actually a tool that we will expose to our customer care agents, so that when they interact with a customer, they actually have deep insight as to how the conversation was running, what is the, let's say, the background behind that, what is the sentiment of the customer and everything. So this is, I would say, one of the core first use cases that we are running on Gen AI, and this needs to grow with a lot of capabilities to make it a bit more mature. And you have a few of them here, like verbatim summaries, like topics detection and, let's say, treatment. Synthetic data to train AI models and to augment the capabilities. So all of these elements are what we look at to enrich the full ecosystem. So basically that's it. I think I will stop here because we are out of time. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Adrian. I just checked with the team. We have more than 1,000 people watching us online. And this means that a lot of people who were in the beginning in this room are actually now online, but even more. So we need to understand that digitalization also means a lot of online interaction. I'm really inspired by all the speakers that we have and the experiences that our colleagues from Orange are starting and launching. Of course, there will be a lot of questions whether jobs will be lost, and this is why tomorrow we'll be discussing about digital skills, and not only. But besides that, we actually are very impressed and proud to invite the next speaker on stage, Angelo, who is here with us from Austin, Texas. He's actually one of the keynote speakers of this summit. He will talk about investments, he'll talk about what can be done, and I think Angelos can also give us a perspective whether, or what is his opinion about Moldova, especially taking into account his large portfolio in terms of countries. I think your presentation is also ready, so let's test your microphone, and the pointer will be with you in 1 second.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to participate in this conference. I'm truly honored and privileged to be included among so many esteemed speakers. This is my first time to Moldova, and Moldova now is the 47th country that I have visited. Moreover, tomorrow I will be celebrating my birthday in Moldova, so thank you. I think I may have traveled the longest to be here, all the way from Austin, Texas, USA. So a little bit about my presentation. I'm not going to cover AI. I'm mostly a practical person and a practitioner in economic development and an entrepreneur. So for the last 35 years, I've been involved in economic development, both as the head of economic development for Austin, Texas, which is now the fastest growing city, technology city in the US, and probably the fastest growing city for the next 50 years. It's an economy that has reached phenomenal growth, attracting almost 100,000 people every year to our population, and one that is now $225 billion strong as a region, and one that just in the last 18 months, more than $215 billion worth of investments have been announced. So we are ready to compete globally, and hope some of that knowledge I will partially share with you about how did Austin become such a great place to start many businesses. It's an entrepreneurial center as well as a center where we've attracted many corporations. So about Angelo Economics, what we do. We are in corporate site location work. We've assisted over 100 Fortune companies to find locations around the world. And typically, companies hire consultants, usually the larger companies, to undertake this effort. But at the same time, cities and economic development organizations have to build a marketing program to directly market to US corporations, because I would say 60% of all corporate site location is taking place by the companies themselves, and only about 40% by site selector consultants. So we've completed more than 600 strategic plans around the US and the globe. We've worked with 12 states, about a dozen countries to develop their national economic development strategy. And for, again, the last 35 years, we've emerged as one of the largest economic development consulting firms in the US. Moreover, I'm also the founder and CEO of the International Accelerator, which is the only accelerator in the US focused on foreign-born entrepreneurs. We have 40 portfolio companies. They've raised over 150 million so far, and among them we have 2 unicorn companies, one from Ukraine, one from Greece, and hopefully we'll have a few more in the years to come. Lately we are looking at 3 Moldovan companies to maybe place in our organization. We're doing due diligence, and so therefore we will see. So why Moldova? I think it makes a lot of sense, particularly because now Moldova has an invitation to perhaps join the European Union in the years to come. You know, the US already is a catalyst for foreign investment in your country. The effective tax rate is only 12%. And the cost of operation, the cost of labor, utilities, and everything that goes into the cost of operating model that we do for site selection clients, I think if it was developed for Moldova, it will be quite attractive. What are advantages, industry advantages? Obviously, the agricultural sector is fairly preeminent. It makes up more than 30% of your economy locally. The wine industry, in which you excel, which is about 4 to 5% of your GDP, and one that perhaps more investments can be made to expand it and export wine, because in the US, although I know Moldovan wines are the best, I cannot find Moldovan wines. And the US is probably the largest market for the consumption of wine. But more importantly, your services-related economy. So the ITC sector is one that perhaps further investments should be made, and that is kind of your ace, if you will, in terms of competitive advantages. I'm not going to talk about that too much. Your per capita GDP has a lot of room to grow, and your workforce, about 810,000 people. Let me say this, there is no country in the world that claims to have cornered the workforce talent challenge. Every city is challenged, including my own city, where the unemployment rate has been 2.6% for the last 40 years. And it is very difficult to recruit people, because every country is doing whatever they can to retain their own workforce. But there are a few things I'm going to share with you. Some measures of your GDP, about a $38 billion economy. Your growth in 2021 was about 3.8%. Respectable, what I will say. But what are your strengths? I think the government's support, the simplified business registration process, I think is good. Reduction of bureaucracy, which is always good. Financial incentives and tax benefits for startups and small businesses are key takeaways. The US today is investing more than any other country in the world at the local level to attract economic development with incentives. And perhaps if I have a little bit more time, I would like to answer any of your questions about that. Startup ecosystem, ATIC, Startup Moldova, and TechWheel. ATIC, by the way, is the acronym for the Abu Dhabi Investment Corporation. So it will be a very easy name for me to remember for many years. But you also have a well-educated workforce where the reputation in such areas as software development, e-commerce, fintech, and outsourcing contract services is something that obviously can be taken advantage of. Cross-border opportunities with Romania, with other countries. What will happen when the war is over in Ukraine and the reconstruction efforts? I think those are areas in which I think Moldova can capitalize. As far as entrepreneurship is concerned, although you have a fast-growing entrepreneurial sector, there is limited access to capital, although we've met some VCs and angel investors that are investing here. And there is, generally speaking, although it's improving, a lack of entrepreneurial culture. which I think we all have to recognize. And moreover, as great as your institutions of higher education may be, there will always be the possibility of a brain drain because wages are not sufficiently high to retain all of your workers here. In fact, in the US today, a dozen states are offering $20,000 to every individual that would relocate to their state so that they can beef up their workforce. Sometimes they will put down almost 10% of the down payment of owning a new home to attract new workers. So I'm here to say that the battleground for economic development, it will be the workforce. And how do you attain some of the best workers from around the world? It's not just enough to have them in Chișinău or Moldova. It is how attractive you are to bring that workforce from other places as well. So steps for FDI attraction. First of all, you have to determine what are your competitive advantages and in what industry sectors. The cost of operational model has to be developed for maybe some of your regional competitors that will give an understanding to major corporations of what are truly the advantages of doing business here. And I think there can truly be advantages here once that model is being put together. Develop a go-to-market strategy and marketing materials. And these are mostly kind of internal factors that need to be taken care of. The external ones are related to you have to pick your markets. You have to have a geographic market focus, whether that is the EU and the US. I can only tell you a lot about the US market because that's where I've practiced economic development for 35 years. But no matter what you do, you have to establish a presence in those markets. And when I mean by presence, in the US, there's probably about 45 investment promotion agencies from around the world, and those that take 90% of the FDI investment are countries in which the investment promotion office is not part of their US embassy or consulate office. They're independent offices, because I have yet to meet US corporations that go to an embassy to get information about a country. They typically rely on consultants like us, or consultants that you may be able to share with some of those industries directly. Moreover, most of the investment promotion agencies retain 1 or 2 or 3 consultants, usually with expertise in particular industry. What I will tell you is we're not experts in agriculture. Our firm has made its reputation in corporate headquarters relocation, but moreover in high tech in general. So we've cited over $27 billion worth of projects in the US as well as around the globe. So you have to have a 3 to 5 year marketing plan and a presence in a foreign country from which you want to attract investment. To just go there for 1 year, it's wishful thinking, and it will take lots of luck to be able to succeed just with 1 year of a marketing effort. And I don't believe in luck. I do believe that you make your own luck. So at least a 3 to 5 year strategy is very important. And what organizations I would highly recommend for Moldova to be engaged with, and I'm going to briefly say a few things here. South by Southwest is the largest entrepreneur gathering in the world, along with music and film. It was invented in Austin. Next year will be the 36th year conference, and it attracts 450,000 people in 12 days in our city. The city is basically overtaken by that. Well, the British Investment Promotion Agency, the trade minister, in fact, said they receive more leads out of South by Southwest than any other conference in the world that they attend. Why? because all the C-level executives will be attending this conference, and that's where they make contacts. Heads of state speak at this conference. President Obama spoke at this conference, and it takes place in Austin every year in mid-March. I highly recommend it to expose Moldovan entrepreneurs to US investors, as well as strategic partners that might be possibilities. The Site Selectors Guild, it's an organization that I co-founded 13 years ago. It has emerged to be the largest site selection consultants group in the world, with 62 consultants, including, of course, myself as a co-founder. And it's a small conference. It attracts only about 500 economic development practitioners from around the world. And moreover, probably many small countries like Moldova are participants on a regular basis. This is where Portugal gets a lot of insight into what economic development is all about, and attracting companies and exposing their entrepreneurs to the US. Of course, the largest one by far is Select USA. You may be familiar with. This is the only conference that the US has established with a seal of the US government to promote economic development for US cities around the world, as well as to host this conference mid-June every year in Washington, where more than 2,000 or 3,000 people participate from around the world. IAMC, it's another small conference. It is the Industrial Asset Management Council. It is attended by the top companies in the US and sometimes the world. And this is a conference where you may meet all the VPs of real estate for the Fortune companies. Only about 400 people participate. This year's annual conference will be happening in London, and the semi-annual conference will be happening in, I believe, the US in the fall in, I want to say, Nashville, Tennessee. I want to offer you another program, which is ISAC. Don't know how many of you are familiar with it. I have personally hired university graduates from around the world to help the International Accelerator as well as Angel Economics. It is the only place where if you are facing a labor shortage, you can interview online and hire some of the top graduates from the top universities around the world. You pay a small fee, and in 3 months, they are at your doorstep ready to work. This is actually a place where I advise a lot of companies that are facing shortages, particularly in the ITC sector, to bring many of those resources to their corporations. It's over 60,000 students that partake in this effort, and in the US it's only beginning to take hold, particularly as the labor shortages increase dramatically. So FDI in the United States versus Moldova, in 2021, this is the latest year for which I have numbers, more than 264 million was invested in Moldova from US corporations. And then there's also an outflow from Moldova to other countries, which is good, but luckily it's a small number compared to the inflow. And the US, by the way, is by far the largest country receiving foreign direct investment. And over the years it's been growing, and I believe this year will probably top the $425 billion. China, Singapore, Hong Kong, many of these other countries follow this list. So my economic development is about dreaming, and dreaming big, because I do believe as a practitioner and an ever optimist that if you can dream it, you can make it happen. I hope Moldova is on the top 100 countries receiving foreign direct investment on this list in the years to come. So marketing tips: establish a presence in focused markets in the US and the EU, engage industry consultants. Don't ever advertise anywhere Moldova. I have been a practitioner now, built the strongest program of economic development in the US, and I never paid a penny for advertising. Hire freelance writers. For $1,000 today, you can have a favorable article written by a freelance writer, place it into Forbes or Wall Street Journal or any other major publication. It is that kind of investment that I would recommend as opposed to paying thousands of dollars in advertising anywhere else. I've done this extensively. I probably placed, I don't know, maybe 4,000 articles about Austin in national and international media over the years. Some of them are actually for free because companies, media companies would call us to say, hey, what do you think about this story? And I will definitely say yes or no and maybe direct them in a way to engage with Austin area companies to interview for those stories, and therefore directly and indirectly we marketed our city. So lastly, what I want to say is hope is not marketing. And everywhere I go, I see a lot of people saying, well, I hope this happens and I hope that happens. Economic development is everyone's business. It's not the government's responsibility alone. It's not the businesses. It's the general public needs to participate. And if you can make it like a sport with fans, make it relevant to the average Moldovan on the streets, anytime you have a win, then that's when you know you have the best economic development program. And I will paraphrase a few famous words or proverbs, I guess, one from a former president of the United States that said, ask not what your country can do for you, but rather what each and every one of you can do for your country, Moldova. I am a firm believer that the best days yet for Moldova and Moldova's economy lie ahead. So you've seen nothing yet, although there has been tremendous progress. I believe that the best days lie ahead for the future of your country. And I'll also finalize it with a Chinese proverb that says, if you plan for 6 months, plant rice seeds. If you're planning for a year, plant trees. And if you're planning for a lifetime, you need to invest in your education. So education investments are probably the future to the success of your country. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now from investments, we actually are going to Matthias now, founder of Societe GmbH Berlin and Iași. He also speaks great Romanian, so if you catch him somewhere on the corridors, you definitely can go ahead and talk to him in Romanian. And Matthias, until we have your presentation ready, I think it is, please make sure you have your pointer with you in order to change the slides. And I'll give the floor.
Thank you very much, Marina. Good afternoon. You can see many beautiful people here in the room, and we just learned that there's 1,000 people who join us remotely. I believe that all of you are beautiful as well, I just cannot see you. But I'm excited to be here. I created the GovTech Societech to work with governments around the world in helping them on their challenges of innovation, digitization, and all the topics that we discussed. And we're active in Germany, Romania, and since recently also in Moldova. And one of the aspects that I'm doing is to translate and bring innovations from one place to the other. And I have the privilege of having had the global role at McKinsey & Company for 20 years, where I led the digital public sector business. And of course, every country is different in their journey. So we heard a lot about Estonia today, right? The one country that has been mentioned very frequently is Estonia. and it's amazing to see their progress and how they build everything from scratch. Some of my clients say, well, you cannot compare us to Estonia, it's not fair because they had the opportunity to do everything from anew and we have so much legacy. I find this a weak excuse. But I also work with a government that is just starting, and we had a question here in the audience, where would you start? And I had a senior official coming to me and said, well, we have just uploaded all our forms as a PDF on our website, so we are done, right? And I said, no, not really, but it was indeed a serious question, and it shows to some of the challenges that we still have when engaging in these digital transformations. A few weeks ago, the government of Singapore invited me for an exchange, and I had the privilege of seeing what they are doing. And it's fascinating to see the number of services that are online. We just had the digital share of Moldova. They are past the 90s, and they have actually basically said, we're completed, so the full set of services is online. And I appreciate a lot that they measure the satisfaction with those services. And they are in the high 80s of customer satisfaction across all their services. So I told them, well, congratulations, you're done. And they said, no, 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 no. We want to learn what's next. We want to understand where the next S-curve is. We want to continue to grow. We want to now do better integration with our ASEAN partners. Now, I've just picked 3 countries that are very different. But all the countries that I'm working with have one thing in common, and that is integration. And it's an integration that is not only on a technical level, it's also on a capability level, and it's on a process level. And I'll highlight to you 3 different aspects of integration that are very important across the world and that also have a role to play in Moldova. The first one is the integration of digital services into life circumstances. Can I ask you to raise your hand if you have had more than 5 government interactions over the past 12 years as a personal individual? Okay, good. So you're pretty active government service users because research shows that most people have like maybe 3-4 interactions per year. And think about how often the average user pulls up Facebook, pulls up WhatsApp, or what have you. So government is basically a non-issue for most users on their smartphone. So does it really make sense to create something that people often do not want to use because they have to pay something, they have to pay a traffic fine or something? So rather, let's focus on those aspects in life where we can simplify what citizens have to do. I was very inspired when I worked with Services Australia. Services Australia is a government arm that cuts across all the ministries and that provides end-to-end citizen services. And their mission is very simple. We are making government services simple so that our customers can get on with their lives. They don't talk about digital. Then governments such as Dubai have started to release apps that integrate not only government services, but really life circumstances. So if you move house, you can easily also move your gas contract, your electricity contract, and so on to a new place. Another Middle Eastern country is just embarking on gamification for government services, making sure that it's even easier to use them. So, and I was inspired to learn about Evo today, the Moldovan app, but how can you integrate that into more aspects of life? How can you, for example, offer to also move phone contracts or other things that are making up a lot of complexity in the life of the ordinary citizen? The second theme of integration that I want to highlight is the integration of services across countries and learning from each other. I was asked by the organizers to share a bit about best practices, and I've set up three companies over the last 12 months, one in Germany, one in Romania, one in Moldova. And if I describe to you the German process and use this stage as a timeline, it will not be enough. It took me many calls to get a name registered. It took me several appointments to get the company registered. It took me in the end more than 3 months to get the tax ID. Germany, unfortunately, my own country, is under ranked 100 globally when it comes to ease of doing business. In Moldova, however, it took me 1.5 hours in the Agency of Public Services to get my company started. So think about the difference and think about what can be improved. And I've actually, and I hope the Moldovans like this, I've shared the example with some of my German clients, and we're trying to learn from Moldova and bring this back into the EU. And I see people very happy in the audience. So you must be from ASP or somewhere close, but congratulations. Now, with all that praise, I also want to highlight an area for further improvement. Right, yes, it's really well integrated and it's super efficient. However, getting documents legislated across borders between, in my case, Germany and Moldova, but it can be other places as well, still is a very bureaucratic process that reminds you of processes like 100 years ago. You need whoever has the most stamps on a paper, that's the one who's winning. That's a bit how it feels. So think about a next step for Moldova and how you can integrate further on international processes. What you have built locally and domestically is super attractive. What could be the next step for Moldova in integrating further, also as a preparation for the EU, full EU membership, which I hope will come very soon. And the third aspect is the integration between the public sector and the private sector. We talked about digital transformation of society, and that is not something that any government will be able to do by itself. And it's clearly something that should not be led to the private sector to be done. We need to uphold democratic principles, data protection, and so on. But Europe is kind of, on the one hand side, frequently praised for the values that make it up, like the quality of life, the education systems, and so on. On the other hand, in some areas, clearly lagging behind and needing much more of this transformation. So how could this happen in a more effective way? I was inspired, and we discussed this example today, by what happened to renewable energies. Here's a place where it was clear from the beginning that this would be the future, and governments helped to create a market in which the private sector invested into. And by now, solar energy is not only the most efficient energy, but it's also being praised as the freedom energy that gives us independence from autocratic countries. What does that mean if we take that example and apply it to the societal digital transformation that we are embarking on? Why can we not make digital education, access to healthcare, prevention of crime, something that can become investable? And I had been critical of Germany, so allow me to give you a positive example from Germany. And I'll talk about the tax system. And no, I didn't drink. But the tech, and I'm not praising the complexity of the German tax system. I just want to highlight the tax submission platform. It is a platform that is called Elster, and it is built in a way that you can log onto it, you can submit your tax information, and basically then get to pay taxes or get reimbursed on your taxes. The way the platform is built, however, is that it's an open platform. It has APIs that let software companies build better solutions for individuals and for companies so that they can buy those solutions and get tax advice through these software solutions and have the taxes submitted in a much faster and more convenient way than if you do it directly through the government platform. And I'm thinking that those type of interactions can provide much better service to customers and to corporates It can actually build a market around an area, and it can help to drive further innovation, and it can reduce the heavy load on government resources. What we do at Societech is working exactly in this space. I'm currently serving a European government that struggles with the application it takes, or the time it takes to apply for a wind park permit. And it's 7 years in the worst case, from basically when the energy company submits an application until it gets the permit to set up a wind park. Our chancellor in Germany has said we need 4 or 5 new windmills every day, wind farms every day. We're currently experiencing that we're actually reducing capacity because we're so slow to build up new capacity. So here's the challenge, and what we're currently building is a platform that helps all participants in this space work together and take down the time that it takes, which are often many years, down to several months, if not weeks. And think about how Moldova can play a role in this. What are areas where you can invest into? Can Moldova invest into wine certification? Every speaker needs to relate to wine, so I'm trying to add it as well. But what are areas where Moldova can play a part in this and drive public and private sector integration even further? Now, finally and very personally, I want to introduce myself. And you might think again that I'm a bit out of sync because that should typically happen at the beginning. But I do want to commit that I have a big heart for this country. Over 20 years ago, I was a volunteer in a Romanian orphanage. And I've been working with children from vulnerable situations ever since in Romania and in Moldova. And I've set up an after-school program for kids in Moldova, which serve now several hundred children for almost 15 years by now. And I dream of a better integration also between the digital Moldova that we are all experiencing these days. So it's a well-advanced, very friendly, very modern country, high quality of talent, but it's also still Europe's poorest country. And it has people like this boy who we have been working with. He doesn't know his father, he never met him. He was suffering from the alcoholism of his mother, who had too little money to afford electricity in their home. And fortunately, we were able to help him through our program to put him through school, and he's now at a college to learn how to become a construction worker and rebuilding life. And I'm thinking that this country has been so courageous in accepting so many Ukrainian refugees, a small country with a big heart. So I would encourage the digital community also to think beyond the next app, to think beyond the next language model, to think beyond the boundaries of this beautiful TechWheel campus, and to think about how we can further drive this together to drive positive change. And why not hire Ukrainian refugees in Moldova at scale so that they can return to their homes after the war? And why not learn from Moldova? I'm traveling a lot, but I don't hear so many people talk about a positive post-war perspective than when I'm in Chișinău. And I wanted to give you back a bit of this positive spirit and ask you for your contribution, and let's build this together. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult. Doresc țării Moldova și comunității de aici digitale mult succes și toate cele bune. I thank you very much. I wish the country and the digital community here all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthias, so much for being here, for coming to Moldova. I know it's not your first time, but still we want for you to come back. We are now moving slowly to our last panel, but in between we will have a small video, but I'm also asking the audience who's still in the room to move in the first seats, so this way we make sure that our panelists not only are following the online stream but also have some audience to talk to. Thank you. are back, and this discussion panel is probably one of the most exciting because today we're going to discover Moldovan companies that work on AI solutions or actually experiencing in a way or another different type of activities and services specifically using artificial intelligence. We're also proud that among the companies that are here present are our members as well, members of the association, and including the president of the board and the vice president of the board. We wanted more women on this panel. Maybe next year it's going to happen. So the panel is entitled AI Data Science for Business and Society. It's chaired by Ștefan Baciu, Regional Director, SAS Southeast Europe, Romania, and Moldova. And we have a couple of Moldovan companies, and specifically Orange, Dplace, XOR, Actec, and Pentalog, here with us today for you to discover how Moldovan companies integrate artificial intelligence in their activities. Ștefan, the floor to you.
Thank you. I really appreciate your resistance up to this hour. It's the last panel of the day, but I'm sure it will be the most interesting one. I'm honored to be with you here today with such esteemed guests in the panel and also in the room. Today has been discussed, we've been discussing heavily on artificial intelligence. There's a lot of perspectives. Here we are to share our perspectives as well. I will start with the short definition, the way we see it at SAS. So, from our perspective, artificial intelligence is the science of training systems to emulate human tasks through learning and automation. Tell me from your perspective, how would you define AI and maybe also correlate to the data science? I will start with Olga.
Thank you, Ștefan. Good to be a lady here among all the brilliant and fantastic men. Indeed, you know, the definition that you just quoted, I think was relevant a few years ago. Now we see the rise of OpenAI and all the tool sets which are enhancing capabilities. So we can say that artificial intelligence has already an intelligence. So according to some, in a few years, with the opportunities that we currently have, the difference between a human being and the artificial intelligence most probably will be what's behind the computer. Human being carbon-based and artificial intelligence being silicon-based. Maybe I'm going to, I don't know, fast forward towards what's happening, but what we see today, what we saw today in the presentations are hinting towards that. For us at Orange, and I had the pleasure as well and all of us had the pleasure to listen to my colleague from Orange Romania. For us at Orange now, currently the definition of artificial intelligence is an enabler, a tool set. We are leveraging a lot on the data layer, and we are trying to make predictive analytics, so we are using predictive analytics as use cases to have data-based informative decisions. But I would not say we are still in the definition of intelligence.
Thank you so much. Let's start also with gentlemen from Italy.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, in order to precise the artificial intelligence definition, yes, or because it's slightly the same for everyone, but there are some differences in area, like a company or society to define it, yeah. Just, I mean, that's once we've discussed together with Vyacheslav in another discussion, and he was, I mean, proposed very well, I mean, to start to define the human intelligence, first of all, yeah, which is, I mean, right, human intelligence in very shortly, yeah, might be Vyacheslav will complete me a bit. I think that the human intelligence is the ability, in fact, to make conclusions, to take decisions and actions based on the past information, but within totally new circumstances, yeah? So we have, I mean, that's one of the most, I mean, like a common one. If you're coming back to the artificial intelligence, yeah, you're right, in fact, that's like abilities and sets of algorithms, mechanisms, solutions in order to repeat the human activity, in fact, yeah, and might be in already in many cases, yeah, for the productivity perhaps, yeah, it already, I mean, it's already beyond the human abilities in many cases, yeah, but still the point, I mean, to have the artificial intelligence to do overall and all the humans' activities and the decisions and the like a human is doing, yeah, in its complexity is not yet achieved on my. So we still, from one point, yeah, there are many demands in order to go beyond the current state, yeah. And from another side, yeah, we have to think about and to be scared in the positive way, yeah, in order, I mean, to be scared what the abilities could be, I mean, like, and could treat the humanity and the risks. And from another side, yeah, the curiosity, yeah, in fact, to go where so what we go to achieve, yeah, so that's not yet, on my understanding, no one yet is imagining, yeah, so that what can be achieved with the artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Vitaly. Nikolai?
Thanks so much. We've been in this field for more than 8 years now, and a long time ago won a national competition in Russia in artificial intelligence. I'm like the best engineer in 2016 there. So I've been here in this field for a while, and being a software engineer myself, for me, it's not really like difference. It's just like software which does certain functions on a certain amounts of data. And actually, the only definition, the only difference between like regular software and something we would like to call artificial intelligence nowadays would be that artificial intelligence type of system do something in a way we don't know how they do it actually. Because if you write just regular algorithm, it can be self-improving over time. But if you understand how it improves, then it's not artificial intelligence. But if it do something almost magical and kind of getting better and we don't know how it does what it does, then it would be artificial intelligence, I suppose. But if talking seriously, it's very simple. There are a certain amount of algorithms which we call artificial intelligence. It's basically an umbrella term for many different things, actually, like neural networks, graphs, and all kinds of things. But at the end of the day, my definition would be very simple. If developers can explain in normal words how exactly this algorithm making decision and making this process, it's not artificial intelligence. If it does something which we actually cannot really explain and it's kind of learn on its own and getting better over time, this would call artificial intelligence. Where it goes, it's never going to be exactly like ours, and it's not the purpose of this tool. It's more like robots in assembly lines, you know. They're not like human-like robots which going to walk around, kind of go smoke and drink after hours. It's a different thing. I mean, it's a software, and of course it's going to be better than humans in a spatialized areas if it's like tuned for certain purposes like predictions, like data analysis, and now we see that it's very good at pictures, music, and like putting words together. Okay.
Thank you, Nikolai. Vyacheslav?
Okay, thank you. Because I am a teacher, maybe I will speak more formally. When we talk about AI, the first thing I would like to talk about what's the difference between artificial and human intelligence. I think it's quite important questions. From my point of view, human intelligence is the ability to solve problem what the person has not solved before. Strong intelligence is the ability to solve new problem faster than most. It's a human intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? This is ability of some algorithm to learn using acquired experience for this in order to achieve some specific goals. What's the fundamental difference? AI can endlessly improve the task assigned to it. AI cannot change the task. If his task is to play chess, he will play chess endlessly and improve endlessly his this. But AI will never be able to start playing poker. It's impossible. If cheese, cheese. In other words, he has no will. Will, oh, power. A person, as a human intelligence, can change his own task. He has a will. For me, it's some fundamental difference, and we have to understand it. Okay.
Thank you. Mihai?
Can you hear me? Okay. So first of all, I just want to tell you about the picture that was generated by AI. I believe it's also me, but maybe younger. So the definition of AI, in my perspective, I think it's an algorithm that runs on a computer, and we humans, we expect it to behave like humans, so to generate outcomes without our need, so to learn and to solve some problems.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's get down a little bit to more concrete kind of discussion. So, are you currently actively embarking on the AI trend and putting it to work, or just still observing from a side? I will start again with Olga.
Thank you. I will tell you that I had a discussion around that, what is artificial intelligence, and in our board of directors, and one of my colleagues said, we are actively observing. So I would not say that we are active, that depends on the definition. As I mentioned earlier, we do have machine learning algorithms in our tools and processes. We are using, let's say, these machine learning patterns when deciding something. For instance, for preventing that customers are going away from us. So we are using some information, data layers, to understand from the 2.9 million customers that we have, which one will go, why he will go, sentiment analysis, and all of that, yeah? But if this is what is AI now, and it is fitting into the definition, but according to Nikolai's definition, which I love, it is not fitting because we have an explanation what happens behind. I mean, we are feeding the model and we get the result. Then I would say that we only had some pilots. So we also tested ChatGPT, of course, but we take it with care because there are a lot of topics around data privacy. We are entrusted by our customers to protect their data, so we did not use it extensively. Now, at the group level, we do have the intention to deploy isolated AI instances, which are locked, totally decoupled from internet, in which we can learn, we can train the model, and we can use it for our internal processes and optimization. This will happen, but not in the open way which is currently on the market.
Thank you. What's the perspective at Pentalog?
So I will try to give you two perspectives because we have cases when experience with client projects. A few years back, we embarked on a project. The data was collected from Twitter API. So it's a huge amount of data that we need to process. And one of our tasks was to group users in some categories, in some specific categories. And we decided to use a machine learning algorithm to do that. And I remember well the most difficult part was not to set up, not to find the developer, not to learn the algorithm, but the data. So it was impossible to have the amount of data that we needed to be sure that the algorithm works correctly. And as you know, for Twitter, you cannot have a test environment, so you have only the production one. So this is the lesson that I have learned because I worked personally on this project. It's not me who implemented that, but I worked on this project. And personally, I think the algorithms of AI, they somehow remain the same. What changed during this time is the scale and the performance of those algorithms. And it's really astonishing. It's also important that today we have cloud solutions that are very easy to connect. So from an idea until you can validate a concept, a proof of concept, a solution, depending on the data that you have, it's a very short cycle time. So this is something that is very different from what I had in previous experience. From the most recent experience with AI, I was involved also personally. It's about improving the efficiency in our internal tools. One example is about the skill management. So as you know, skill management, it's not cheap to do. It's quite expensive to do this management. And this data, it tends to expire soon. So we were looking to ways to improve the cycle time and to improve the way to become more efficient at this part. And we created a co-pilot that is helping us today to assess people. And it's a generative algorithm. What's the difference between the previous example that I gave you is that for this one, we were prepared. So the first training data set was about 200K data in a good shape, good quality. And what is interesting that it took us, I think, about 1 week from the idea until we put that in production. So I really mean that worked in production. It doesn't mean that the AI decides the level of the person and it's the AI who is deciding if we want this person to work with us or not. It's a co-pilot, but it helps us a lot to be more efficient. And one more time, the data was the game changer. And I will explain why, because I think from this point of view, the definition of AI, it's like a tool. It's something that it's just a part of the puzzle. It's not the final destination. It's helping us, but the output depends on the input. So why we had this chance to have this short cycle time to implement the AI is because in 2020, when just the pandemic started, we decided to change the way we are managing skills. And I had the opportunity to be the part in this team and to lead the transformation so that we shaped a model. We took a model from the market. It's Dreyfus model, it's not our model, but we shaped it, we refined it, and we trained the algorithm to work and to use this model and to build what results we're expecting.
Super, thank you, thank you. Vyacheslav, are you going into this direction currently or watching it from outside?
Yes, we're using AI actively. For me personally and for my company, it's the main direction. And I'd like to give interesting insight to all of us. But before, small questions. Which one is talking herself? Sometimes. Yes. Okay. I do it regularly. Yes, because sometimes I'm thinking with yourself about something. What does it mean? Two neural networks speaking together, interact together in my side. Okay. If I'm speaking, for example, with Vitaly, what does it mean? Two neural networks interact. Yes? If I am speaking with you, same situation. If I am interacting with ChatGPT, what does it mean? I interact with neural network. Yes? In general, we all, every day, every hour, interact with some one neural network connecting with another neural network and interacting. Yes? How we do it? What we are using in this moment? Prompt engineering. Yes? Just new knowledge, prompt engineering. Maybe do you remember some joke? What do you need to learn a successful future? Chinese and Kalashnikov machine gun. Do you remember this joke? Yes, this was a very popular joke maybe 20 years ago. Now it sounds like most important knowledge in the near future. It's English plus prompt engineering for interacting with any type of neural networks. And I think it's a future. I think we need to invest in this knowledge, your time, and your money. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Nikolai, what are you doing with AI at XOR? I'm sure you'll do something with AI at XOR.
Yeah, sure. No, basically work with different types of AI from the day one. So it's language models, it's intent analysis, it's prediction analytics right now for hiring, and we work with quite big volumes of data, and we pretty much every year we added new big AI feature into our system, and we're heavily AI based right now. But what is very cool right now with the appearance of ChatGPT, we actually are working on building viral chatbots based on ChatGPT for specialized niches, like for Mexican housewives, for Mexican construction workers. And this is actually very cool because ChatGPT can generate text on the fly, and we have a super quick, super easy feedback loop. So basically, if a person this chatbot is keep talking to, if it's engaged, means we're doing something right. If it disappear and block us, we did something wrong. So this is so much fun. And another thing that we actually ask people to invite their friends at some points of a time, and we already have some viral points in this whole system, and I think it's very likely that we will crack this nut sooner or later. It's very likely to happen very soon, and we will create real viral chatbot for this niche applications, and then we move on from this. I feel that maybe we're doing something evil, but we're engineers and we're just experimenting upon it, and if it's truly not something people are supposed to do, then I hope government will take care of us. Otherwise, it's very cool that we can create this kind of viral solutions, and to be honest, what we do, we create this kind of career consultant for people to help them to find better jobs, closer to their home, with bigger salaries. So basically, we're optimizing job markets through using ChatGPT and very old school traditional machine learning models, which is basically cat boost type of solutions, and it's actually lots of fun. And my own personal experience that I'm writing IT hard rock together with ChatGPT, and tomorrow I'll show you my first 3 songs. Yeah. It's going to be super cool. I really feel like a synergy with ChatGPT, and everybody asking him, are you going to take over the world, or are you going to do something evil to us? I don't really care. I just want to write cool hard rock songs together with you about IT people, about fucked up release and about backup gone wrong and this type of situations with a real hard rock vibe. So tomorrow I'll show you something here. Our creation together with ChatGPT.
Thank you. Thank you. Vitaly?
Yeah, as for me, we have embarked, into the AI, I would say, train many years ago, but mainly and exclusively making the solutions for our clients. We have, tens of the projects here using the machine learning, so even deep learning solutions, but mainly, in the financial sphere or telecoms in order of the decisioning, taking decisioning, credit loan decisioning engine, or digital marketing campaigning, like a next best action or next best proposal, that's we have tens of such a projects, following the current, the hype, and even try to not not use it at a hype, at least to use the practical on the practical side within the companies, so we are acting with, so we in fact using tools like ChatGPT, Midjourneys, mainly, first of all, to improve the performance, and for the first of all, for the business development and salespeople, to write down the proposals, the presentations, to optimize them. But I am strongly pushing all the people not to make a prompt engineering. So write a prompt, send it to ChatGPT or other tools we have using about 10, 12 tools, within, and just to make a copy paste. This is really, I mean, like I'm strongly pushing all the people not to do this. Yeah, just because, I mean, that's the end of the day, it's like a copy paste, which is very easy. And the end of the day, for sure, it's already, I mean, solutions, and tools that they will try to get the input from the different, I mean, like people, and to check it if it's done by ChatGPT or not. Yeah, which is, I mean, let's put the human brains on top. That's all. I strongly push all the people. Put your brain on top. Otherwise, you'll be replaced by ChatGPT. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, that's one point. And second one, it's definitely we already using all our, I mean, quite large experience. You know, to help ours. I mean, to help us on this and to help our customers in order to revive and to re-engineering for the engineering their solutions, perhaps in the call centers. There are a couple of very interesting, I mean, cases. You know, I mean, we have built and we have launched a couple of the, I mean, for 5-10 years, I mean, projects with a chatbot, normal chatbot in the call center, and now we refine it, with the tools like ChatGPT, and the effect is really very, I would say, amazing one.
Thank you. Now, everyone agrees that the impact of AI is highly important. How do you expect, Olga, to impact, I mean, AI to impact the business performance now and in the future? Any specific areas that will be optimized? Something to be replaced, maybe? I don't know. What do you expect in terms of impact in the business?
Well, currently, for sure, I would say that, pragmatically speaking, currently the impact is rather minimal. Of course, we do have chatbots. Of course, we trained for years already chatbots, and they are cost optimizations because they are replacing, even in all call centers, they are replacing the contact. And the person who is answering to different queries or chatbot is trained. We have for many years trainers of these chatbots that are working on different solutions. Of course, to put ChatGPT together with a chatbot solution is another enhancement, but again, as I told earlier, we are taking it with cautious because it can also benefit from a lot of data which we are not ready and will not share. So for the moment, it is mostly test and learn. We need to admit that in order to benefit from AI, we need to invest a lot. It is not a cheap solution, and it will never be cheap. So, and I mean, maybe the go-to-market will reduce, you know, it will be faster and faster and faster, but it is not cheap. So the benefits in the P&L, profit and loss accounts, in the budgets, will come in time if we do the needed investment. Does it have a huge opportunity? Of course. Is it currently used inside of our business? Of course. But we have very clear guidelines how to use it because, for instance, Nikolai and ChatGPT is very dangerous, actually. He's dangerous for the music industry, you know. So if I would be in the music industry, I would look very closely at his particular use case. So us being in the business of critical infrastructures, we need really to measure and to think ahead what will be the regulatory framework, because everybody is talking already about regulation, and then to put the money needed behind to understand the leverage for the business. So yes, it will help. To which extent, we don't know.
Thank you. And the way I understand, so on one hand, it can enhance the business performance. On the other, it might represent a threat from an unknown, unidentified type of competitor, that can appear out of somewhere.
This is a revolution, actually, and it creates the same context as every revolution in our history. Industrial revolution, yes. Or let's understand the iPhone moment that we talked about, yeah? If we are talking about industrial revolution, basically it enhanced our lives in million of ways, but it has a downside, and the downside is the harm to our planet now? You know, did we really understand the harm at the moment of the revolution? Of course not. We harvest all the opportunities from it. So definitely there are some attention points. I would not say that we should fear. Consciously, I think humankind is in a fear. We should not fear, but some attention points for sure should be raised.
We'll touch on the fear point a little bit later in the discussion. Now, how does AI impact, in your opinion, the business performance now and in the future, Vyacheslav?
When I speak about business performance using AI, I'd like to use the concept of cortex and exocortex. What does it mean? The cortex, it's some part of our brain which is responsible for cognitive function, memory, intelligence, etc., etc., etc. Exocortex is some combination, some soft and hard, which is created by an external cortex. Of course, all of us using, for example, phone. Yes, it's a part of our exocortex, because we are using things like a memory, and we're using this one for create something, text, audio, video, etc., etc. And by the way, we have exocortex personally, and the company has exocortex too. Two types of exocortex, personal and company. And why it's important to us to understand the exocortex? Because the using is AI services is a best way to increase productivity of your exocortex, best way. You can increase productivity of your exocortex 10 times using just AI services. And you need to clear understanding what kind of AI services you need to use for your personal exocortex and exocortex for your company. You have to see the structure of exocortex personal and structure of exocortex of your company and try to understand what I can use for it. For example, for exocortex of my company, we're using Copilot. Services, a lot of people know what is it, but just using this service, we increase the productivity of our programmers 20%. And it's cost me $20 per month. It's incredible for me, because if, for example, if a salary of programmers $2,000 per month, and you pay $10, you have increased productivity to 20%. It's interesting for me, like an owner company. It's my approach how we have to use AI services to performance our business. Thank you.
Thank you. Vitaly, how does AI impact the current and future business, for good, for bad? Give us some ideas, some thresholds, some.
Yeah, you see, as Vyacheslav just said, I mean, the increasing of the performance of the personnel of the companies, yeah, I think it's not only in the IT companies like ours, yeah, definitely is, I mean, almost everywhere. This is one very important thing, yeah. And like I mean, it was like a very popular phrase, the Stone Age is not, I mean, ended, yeah, so that's because we ran out of the stones, yeah, definitely, yeah. The point is, and what I like a lot, yeah, the like Gartner hype curve, yeah. You see, everyone is excited, yeah, but the point is very few, I would say very few people and companies yet accepted and already got, I mean, real like achievements, you know, the increasing the productivity, yeah. Currently, we are in the very beginning, on my understanding, really very beginning. First of all, and I think, I mean, the people which I'm a bit ashamed of it, yeah, perhaps, but we are the company, as a company, we are really working with very professional people, yeah, who already, I mean, our customers are mainly big companies and telcos, retail, banks that already have, they have very professional teams in order they understand. We are not working in the field of popularization of the AI services, but this is a really huge potential of the productivity increase. And someone, I mean, told us, I mean, here that's AI, data science, perhaps AI, is a big opportunity for countries like Moldova, really, because if you are seeing, I mean, our GDP and GDP per capita, we are quite low from one point. From another point, we have lack of the qualified and lack of people, yeah, overall, and lack of qualified people. This is a really unique opportunity if you are using it, and we are like promoting and using it, I mean, in real life, get real achievements, attract new people into this, in order at least to close this big gap. And I'm seeing, I mean, the most positive of the AI and data science, AI like a field, as you know, I mean, the nearest 30 to 50 years, definitely, will be the increase of the productivity in almost all the humans' activities. Yeah, that's a best thing that I would see from the AI.
Thank you, Vitaly. Nikolai, just as a citizen of the world, no matter the country, what impact do you foresee for the AI in society? Don't tell us we'll go to the Minority Report kind of scenario, but give us a little bit of perspective from your position, but think as a citizen and part of a society.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting question, and it's a very deep one. For me, as an engineer who's been working with this technology for quite a while now, and for me, AI is kind of my friend. For me, machines always been my friends. I kind of speak to them. I live in this world, like I feel it. And when we write songs together, I feel like I do it with my friend, actually. Anyway, so what I see and what I can tell right now is that the level of abstraction is growing. So more as we go, like back in the day, you can ask, say, CatBoost to do some predictions for you based on your data lake. Right now, using ChatGPT, you can request much more abstract task, much more complicated thing, which we as humans understand very well. I mean, if you ask me, like, Nick, create a business for me, here's like $1 million, and I want it to be profitable in 3 years, I understand very well what you're asking from me. Maybe I'm not going to do this, or maybe I will, but my task is very clear, and I understand how it's done. So actually what I'm saying is that we get into this point where AI will be able to get as an input this kind of high-level tasks, which of course should be more like clearly defined, and there are some like nuances how this is supposed to be done, which regions, or maybe some other like boundaries, but you understand what I'm talking about, right? So the task which we can request AI to do is getting more and more abstract as we go, and I think in quite a near future we will see that it will be able to create a real business, like online business first, and maybe then even some offline type of solutions just by asking AI to do so. And this is actually very interesting, and again, I'm not afraid of machine rebellion, because we already lived through this, to be honest, because all social media right now and the news feeds we see, it's actually AI controlling our lives. Welcome to the real world. And actually the fact that we meet here, it's also prepared by AIs at some level or another. But what is really interesting is this growth of abstraction in AI tasks, and also I really want to see this point where AI will be able to really create a business, and how this is going to run. And at some niches and some fields, it's really going to be like AI versus AI in the business world, and we'll see how this race go.
Спасибо. Whose AI is stronger? Now, Mihai, tell us from your perspective as a citizen, do you foresee a good impact, I don't know, a more dark impact?
As a citizen, as a consumer, I'm really optimistic. I think tomorrow I will be able to delegate some tasks that today I find boring to some tools or solutions powered by AI. And I hope I will have more time to spend with my family and to work on really creative things. But there is one thing that I would not delegate is reading. It's something that I think is helping us growing and becoming better. Thinking about AI, it's an innovation, it's a technology innovation. And I know that innovations are not linear, they are not incremental, they are not slow. It's very difficult to predict what will happen. So, and often when I see a new product, I remember something that I've read in a book some time ago. I will try to formulate it. It says like everything that is in the world where we are born, we take as like the natural way this world exists. Everything that's invented between we are 15 and 35, it's new, it's exciting, and we probably can have a career in it. But everything that it's invented after we are 35, it just doesn't make sense, and it's against the natural way it should work. So our history, our human history is sparked with a lot of examples where we were against the innovation that maybe today we all have in our house. And I think it's important to mention that in order to avoid this culture of AI phobia, AI mania, it's important to work closely with media and to create correct content to teach consumers how to use it. Because from consumers' point of view, when new products appear, when an innovation is ready, there are three types of consumers. Those who identify, who are financially investing in the existing product, so they are losing something. They don't fear the innovation, they fear to lose something. Those who identify with the product, the iPhone 1, for example, and those who have fear to lose something. So this is important to take in consideration. So, but me, I'm from the optimistic part. So
you don't have an issue telling AI, I sold my car, do recalculate my taxes. I'm out for lunch.
It's not, there are limits, but yeah.
Since you taken on an important point, you know, this fear of new and the perspective that this might be a bad idea, evolving towards the AI. Olga, how are you positioned versus the idea of regulating AI technology? Do you see a need for a specific regulatory framework? Should it be free for all, free from any regulation? What's your perspective on this?
Definitely yes, and I will not surprise you with my answer. So of course we need regulation. And I will just quote a recent example, and I think there were hearings in the US regarding the misuse and some fake news and the importance of fake news in consumer decisions. Like we know that fake news happens. It happens in Moldova. It's influencing the opinion of the public, unfortunately. But now it is traceable. You know that there are 1,000 people somewhere behind some computers, so you can trace. With AI, you can have one account that is doing for the 1,000. So what is important is to be able to trace it. So of course, this misuse of information, this harm, should be regulated, but not in a way to stop it, but in a way to understand where it comes from, where it goes, what is it doing with the data. So some regulations around that. For sure, it is important for us to be able to do an ethical training to feed the machines with the data that we have, because we are sitting on enormous lakes of data. So we need to make sure that they're used in a wise way. And another point would be the fact that as human beings, we are actually regulated. We have laws which we obey. We have civil code, we have penal code. If we do something, we go to jail. So this is the exact same thing. We need rules. And I think that we should be wise in finding a set of rules that would not stop the power of AI, but would make it act wisely.
Thank you. Vitaly, how are you on this perspective on regulating AI? It's a thin balance between the need of control and the need to let it free in order to be as innovative as possible.
You see, just quite. I agree with Olga, but what I want to say is because so far, behind the AI is still humans are sitting. Yeah, we really need a regulation. This is one point. Might be we need totally another regulation. So sometime, perhaps 100 years in the future, when the AI will stay behind the humans. Yeah, but nevertheless, yeah. So most advanced countries in the world, they already have the regulation, like perhaps in US. AI Bill of Rights, yeah, so, or National Institute of Standard and Technology, AI Risk Management Framework. They already are defining. The approaches are slightly different. Someone is going, to put like a main directions only, and put like on the local points, yeah, or the like a guidelines only, or like in Europe, the AI Act, yeah, and supported by the Digital Services Act or Digital Markets Act, and it's highly debated now, like AI liability directive, yeah, which is, set up quite, like I would say, strong demand on the regulation, yeah, within the field. Definitely, we'll need a regulation, but this will be like quite, from my point of view, will be quite highly debated, yeah, from one point of view, and will be, I'm predicting now a bit, yeah, in the nearest years, at least for the 5 to 10 years, the implementation and acceptance of such regulations would not be very easy and would be stayed behind the development. Yeah, just, not going so far like a GDPR or PSD2, now future PSD3, yeah, not yet, as far as I remember, not yet already, supported by at least 30 to 40% in the EU, yeah. Same thing, I think, will be with AI. And definitely we need a regulation, but this regulation, on my understanding, should not be like very strict, like in the spirit that Big Brother is watching you. Definitely should not be like this, yeah? Because this like abuse going on the autocracy on this point, yeah? But it should be regulated because, that's, there are a lot of threats, yeah? Yeah, so coming with AI, if they are going to be used for abusing or like a different human rights.
Thank you. Well, it was a very interesting conversation. We only scratched the tip of the iceberg with these ideas. There is a lot to explore. There is a lot for us to be surprised, for sure, in the future. Thank you to all the participants, both online and in the room, who had the resilience to stay up until this hour. And let's continue the conversations in the, upcoming part of the day, evening, and tomorrow.
Or otherwise, if all the audience has the time until tomorrow morning, yeah, we can speak a little, so speak further, yeah.
Thank you.
So this was the closing panel for this session. And I won't keep you long, just telling you that tomorrow we start at 9 sharp. So please be here a bit earlier to get started with the last part of this week. But we continue on Saturday with Techful Expo. And also tomorrow in the evening at 7 o'clock at Digital Park, we also have a party. So please make sure to register everywhere where Nikolai will be present with his songs. Thank you. And have an amazing evening. Don't forget to watch online Moldova Innovation Awards starting in about 30 minutes. Oh, no, 1 hour and a half. Thank you.